For the tour, it's more experiential. I think, but I do think, especially with Hong Kong right now, with the virus, eco tour is good because we can get out and I guess do something and learn something. Everything's changing. I see the melting. So that's why I want to come along and share some of my support for the eco warriors in Hong Kong.
In the eco tours, participants pick the calendula for the farmers so to refine oil. Also, journers can taste organic vegetables, visit farms, visit pet cave, and hike. The Hong Kong government spent 15 million Hong Kong dollars last year to promote such eco tours. And since the start of the coronavirus outbreak, spending time in the countryside has become increasingly popular. But the organizers have their reservations.
The government so far, when they promoted the tour, they stress a lot about the tour part, about the eco part, and for example, in the marine park, there's a certain area like for example, in the marine park is sea star or sea fish. Shell, they're very excited to take on, you're not supposed to do that.
So the tour guide said that the best way to get people to love the environment is setting restriction on the numbers of visitors. It may actually be holding back on development and giving Mother Nature room to breathe. Veganism is increasingly accepted as a modern lifestyle in Hong Kong. Some young people become vegan, hoping they can help the planet. Nikoko has the story. Vegan products such as Omi pork are increasingly popular in supermarkets around Hong Kong. According to a local advocate group, Green Monday, 3.7% of the people in the city are vegans. Yuki Lam is one of them.
我唔食紅肉咯，唔食咗10年嘅時間啦。如果真係有牛味嘅話咧，我試一出我會掠翻出嚟。點講咧？一開始係宗教原因啦。中學嗰段時間開始唔食嘅，因為我之前喺度 job 假嘅，跟住就覺得即係其實唔食原來好多好處，即係包括環保原因啦。即係你讀 job 假，你會知道其實牛係排放甲烷，對環境嗰個破壞係好嚴重。
Planet for All and Fact Society are promoting plant-based diets in Hong Kong.
食肉嘅背後咧，其實係多嘅污染嘅。估計大約17%度咧，溫室氣體嘅排放咧係由畜牧業造成，係比全球所有交通工具加埋都仲多㗎。
其實你要用咁多能源去換一磅嘅牛肉翻嚟，同你用同樣嘅能源可以換到更加多嘅蔬菜或者穀物翻嚟。如果你將嗰個資源去種植咗啲蔬菜穀物嘅話，你係可以維持翻喺饑荒裏邊嘅人。
Dora thinks that there are more young people willing to become vegans because of environmental reasons now.
近幾年有 social media 嘅幫助啦，好多人了解到其實食肉工業背後比我哋想象中係殘忍好多嘅，亦都有好多環保嘅資訊湧入嚟啦，變咗青人多啲，佢哋會去考慮去愛呢個地球，去愛嗰啲動物嘅時候咧，我哋願意去作出改變咯。即係依家係明顯係年輕化咗好多。
There are also more clear guidance for vegans in Hong Kong now.
近幾年我覺得都多咗餐廳會標明個食物入邊嘅成分，即係你見到佢哋連鎖餐廳佢一個菜式界有啲 logo， 即係有個牛牛嘅標誌，即係註明碟菜式係有牛，咁我就會一定唔揀嗰啲菜式。
She hopes more people can understand that meat is replaceable and will turn vegan. Hong Kong Baptist University runs a Green Campus program. The aim is to educate students on a sustainable lifestyle. Sammy Mo takes us on a tour of the campus to check out some of the features of this program.
The founding father of China, Dr. Sun Yat-sen, stands in a green corner of the campus. Such green spaces are hard to come by in a concrete jungle like Hong Kong. But this is part of the effort by the Hong Kong Baptist University Sustainability Program to raise awareness of a low-carbon lifestyle. There are recycling bins of every kind around the campus. And right next to these bins is a drinking water fountain. There is no bottled water being sold on campus. This escalator only starts if there are people on it. It has sensors that detect users so that it does not waste any energy when it is not in use. Better still, use a little muscle power. The slogan here, 1 floor up, 2 floors down.
Sometimes I'll use the stairs when I only need to go up or down for 1 to 2 floors.
There are automatic control panels like this outside every classroom. The lights and the air conditioners automatically turn on 15 minutes before the start of a class. There's power saving in the toilets as well. The lights come on only if there is someone in the room. And for years, the school has done away with paper towels. Water flow controllers are installed in every water tank to reduce the use of water. Last year, a no-straw initiative also kicked in. This on top of the recyclable takeaway boxes. The low-carbon initiative is supposed to go hand in hand with the college's aim of whole-person education. That basic lifestyle changes can make a whole lot of difference for the future.
Hong Kong developed from a fishing village into a prosperous city over the past 2 centuries. But that traditional way of life is under threat because of climate change. Kylan Go has the story.
Fishing has been a way of life here in Taiwan for hundreds of years. The crabs, fish, and shrimps are plucked right out of the water and sold on shore, often to the many seafood restaurants nearby. But that way of life is under threat due to climate change. Len Cumming has been a fisherman all his life.
差咗啦，就同呢個50年前嗰下都起碼冇咗80%。
According to the Hong Kong Observatory, the annual average temperature has increased by 1.2 degrees Celsius from 22.7 to 23.9.
Fish and other organisms in the sea will respond directly to temperature, so their development will change. The eggs might hatch faster. They might develop through juvenile stages more quickly, and that'll alter the behavior of the fish. So the seasons might change. The climate change is caused by the amount of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, right? That's as a greenhouse gas. The other thing that carbon dioxide does is it dissolves in the sea, and it makes the sea more acid. Okay, so the pH of the sea drops, and that because a lot of these sea creatures, their skeletons are made out of things that are sensitive to acid. So the exoskeletons of many mollusks, even the bones of some fish, and the larval stages of fish are very sensitive to changes in the acidity of the sea.
Hong Mei Ho grew up in a fishing family, but nowadays she runs a dried goods store.
冇貨，以前30年都有啦。個天氣而家攞魚係越嚟越困難啊！以前攞魚啊，推開嗰度啲潮法啊，飛飛冇冇嘅，而家幾耐都攞唔到條啊！
Trawlers like these used to bring in tons of fish every day, and that's what enabled villages like Taiwan to thrive. But as the fishing force hold out yet another net of disappointment, they know that the way they grew up is now just a tourist appeal into a glorious past.
Hong Kong beverage company Vitasoy has introduced a scheme to teach kids how to recycle their drinks cartons. The company is collaborating with a local pulp mill to turn juice boxes into recycled paper products. Sarah Ip and Eunice Lam reports.
These kids are learning how to recycle their drink packets into something useful. It's part of Vitasol's Beverage Carton Clean Recycling Education Program launched last October. According to environmentalist group Green Power, more than 24,000 tons of drink cartons are thrown away in Hong Kong every year. Most of them end up in landfills, many of which are near full capacity. Dorcas Lau, CEO of Vitasol Hong Kong, said there are now about 90 collection points, mainly located at schools.
我如果附近都會有呢類似嘅設施，都會去試嘅。
In general, a reverse vending machine does a lot to raise awareness. It highlights to people because people are attracted to the machine, and so it makes them understand that there is a system. Because if somebody's actually going to pay for that bottle or give you an incentive to return it, whether it's a coupon or money or a gift, it must be valuable.
Vitasol is working with Hong Kong's first pulp manufacturer, Mill. Here, the paper fibers are extracted from the beverage cartons. The pulp is then exported to other countries to produce recycled paper products. Following Vitasol's success, other organizations have started to build their own cartons recycling programs. Green Power Hong Kong has also introduced a cash reward scheme this month. Customers can get 8 cents for every carton they put into the recycling scheme.
Hong Kong's neon lights across the city might have earned its reputation of the Pearl of the Orient, but local people complain how light pollution is affecting their health. Leon Yishu, US Yu, and Mary Sinitra has their story.
The Symphony of Lights show flashes across Hong Kong's Victoria Harbour every evening. It's meant to show off the vibrancy of a prosperous city. But while behind the glitter are countless residents who suffer the effects of light pollution.
即係有陣時你太光嘅話，其實你住喺附近嘅居民其實係好難，即係可以瞓覺咯，同埋會好影響到佢哋睡眠質素。
即係假設我哋呢一度旺角中心上面有人住嘅話，咁咪會影響啲人瞓唔到覺咯，因為太光。因為平時有冇啲咩習慣去避免去產生呢個光污染嘅問題？可能出街嘅時候會閂燈，即係冇需要嘅時候都會熄晒啲燈。
避免唔到嘅，講真，外牆係有業主噶嘛，咁如果喺人哋要租俾做招牌嘅，其實你就算一個單一業主，你好難做嘢嘅。
Lights affect people and affect a great deal because of for example, this chemical called melatonin that is generated in our body because of this day-night cycle. So these chemicals, help us to adjust to this 24-hour cycle of the day for humans. Now, the presence of light night certainly affects the production of these melatonin in our body.
5 years ago, the government introduced a charter on external lighting, in which businesses volunteer to turn off their lights by 11 p.m. But the Green Earth has found that of the businesses that signed up to the charter, only 78 of those across the Victoria Harbour actually kept to their promises to turn off the lights. And in Mongkok, that's only 74%.
We suggest at this moment, the time schedule is one very important way to the charter to urge the owners to turn off the light on a certain period of time. But we also suggest the government should control their time on turning on, not turning off. Because in Hong Kong, you can see that lighting is on very early in the morning, like 7 a.m. or 8 a.m. It is a wastage of the energy.
Hong Kong's country park has become very popular in recent months as people try to get away from the crowded cities to avoid the coronavirus. But that has created new problems. A group of young people then decided to take matters into their own hands. Carol Mang has the story. Hiking has become a favorite activity for many Hong Kongers since the coronavirus outbreak started. People pack on the hills here at Ma On Shan Country Park most weekends. Masks have been ubiquitous on many Hong Kong people's faces since the start of the epidemic. But with more hikers comes this, masks and other rubbish littering the hillside.
我哋經常行山嘅人，望到個山上邊有咁多嗰啲紙巾啊，嗰啲糖啊、零食啊、包裝啊，或者而家多咗咁多口罩，梗係覺得唔係幾舒服嘅。
A group of young people took the initiative to clean the mountain up, and today they're picking up trash at a hill near their homes.
We are a group of youngsters who live in Malaysia, and our name is DEMOS. And our aim today is to pick up all the rubbish we see on the road from this village and all the way up to the mountain. And after around 1 hour, we have accumulated bags of rubbish already. So you can see it's a very big problem we're facing right now.
Probably because of the hikers, they're not really aware of protecting the environment and polluting the land, and they don't have the awareness. So I think just because they dump rubbish right here. Yeah.
Always keep hands clean and wash hands.
The Hong Kong government has been encouraging people to stay clean in order to stay clear of infection during the epidemic. And these young people say more should be done.
Probably do more advertisements, and also I think if they really care about this land, they should send some people to come up and clean it.
That is actually quite disappointing because as promoted by the government for quite some time, for your own rubbish, you should bring it back to wherever it belongs to.
They say keeping the environment clean should be part of the fight against the virus. That's all from us here at Hong Kong Baptist University. Thank you for watching. Stay healthy and stay safe.
It's Sunday, April 26, 2020. This is Global News Relay 2020, broadcasted from Indonesia, and I'm Fancy Anastasia. Climate change has tremendously affected the world, including Indonesia. Natural disasters such as heavy rainfall, heat waves, and even the growth of infrastructure has contributed in affecting both the climate and Jakarta.
Climate change is the increase in the frequency of extreme weather events all over the globe. Jakarta is a large city in Indonesia. In the last 15 years, the population has increased dramatically. Rapid growth put extreme stress on existing infrastructure. Climate change will have tremendous consequences for the 21st century Jakarta. Climate change and Jakarta.
Yang gue tahu perubahan cuaca.
Kalau menurut gue sih climate change itu kayak sekarang nih iklim yang udah nggak bisa ditebak lagi.
Dari aktivitas yang gue lakuin, tiap harinya itu cuaca suka berubah. Hari ini panas, besok hujan. Nah, itu perubahan cuaca itu sih yang gue rasain. Maksudnya ya itu sering terjadi.
Musim hujan, musim kemarau tuh jadi nggak keprediksi, terus cuaca tuh berubahnya ekstrim banget kan akhir-akhir ini.
Polusi udara inilah penyebab dari perubahan cuaca ini. Gitu. Kalau hubungannya itu berarti dia akibat dari polusi udara. Ya penyebab dari polusi udara itu ya kalau kita telaah juga itu dari kendaraan motor, mobil segala macam. Ya, orang-orang pada suka pakai kendaraan pribadi, itu menambah polusi di kota Jakarta khususnya.
Tumbuhan di pinggir jalan, terus kita juga harus mengurangi kayak kendaraan gitu, jangan apa-apa bawa kendaraan, kan banyak kayak misalkan yang lebih ramah lingkungan lah kayak naik sepeda atau gimana gitu kan.
Supaya itu kita banyak-banyak hemat listrik, hemat air, terus kurang-kurangin sampah plastik, terus kayak go green, reboisasi gitu-gitu.
Artinya gue udah mulai sadar ternyata sampah itu sangat merugikan juga buat kita sendiri, buat negara juga, buat lingkungan sekitar juga. Kalau gue sendiri ya contohnya ya penyakit jadi lebih banyak juga. Terus kalau bagi negara kita menjadi kotor. Kalau untuk lingkungan pasti banyak negatifnya kayak nggak enak dilihat atau malu juga misalkan ada turis yang datang ke Indo, sampah berserakan di mana-mana, kita juga harus sadar sendiri juga sih.
Later in this program, we will find out more about a local cafe, how they dedicated themselves, contributed in fighting the climate, right after this commercial break.
Binus TV adalah media televisi komoditas yang dipersembahkan oleh Bina Nusantara Group. Dalam menghadapi perkembangan revolusi industri 4.0, kami hadir untuk menjadi media komunikasi utama dari Bina Nusantara Group yang berbasiskan teknologi informasi. Divisi produksi dan news berkontribusi dalam konten program-program Binus TV yang didukung oleh divisi operasional serta divisi marketing. Untuk menyaksikan program-program kami, Anda dapat mengaksesnya di www.binus.tv. Binus TV juga dapat diakses secara cuma-cuma melalui Google Play dan juga App Store.
You're still watching Global News Relay. Next news comes from capital city of Jakarta, Sal & Co., a cafe that incorporated a Go Green team are dedicated to not serve their food and beverages using plastic ever again.
Tingkat perubahan iklim di Indonesia sekarang ini sangat memprihatinkan. Banyaknya sampah plastik yang berserakan di jalanan-jalanan di daerah Kofifa atau komplek-komplek. Menurut saya tentang kafe ini itu konsepnya bagus, desainnya juga menarik. Terlebih lagi di sini makanannya juga mengandung buah-buahan sehingga sehat untuk konsumsinya. Terus juga kalau misalkan kita take away, kita juga bawanya bukan plastik biasa. Terlebih lagi plastik berbahan dasar singkong.
Pendapat mengenai kafe ini bagus, soalnya dia pakai plastik itu dia dari cassava, dari singkong, jadi mudah banget untuk terurai. Gak kayak plastik kantong yang biasa digunakan belanja ke pasar.
Memutuskan untuk tidak pakai plastik pada kafe ini sebenarnya itu kita sempat searching ada nggak sih kafe yang udah coba go green gitu kan. Kalau dilihat di Jakarta masih sedikit banget. Akhirnya kita mikir kenapa kita nggak menjadi salah satu kafe yang nggak pakai plastik lagi gitu. Udah akhirnya jalan udah hampir 1 tahun lebih, dampak positif lah untuk lingkungan itu sih. Terus kita sering ikut bazar, di bazar itu banyak banget orang-orang yang senang karena kita nggak pakai plastik. Jadi kita pakai plastik yang dibuat dari singkong, packaging kita juga dari singkong, packaging pokeball, packaging smoothies pakai plastik dari cassava. Motivasinya sih sebenarnya untuk mengajak orang-orang mengurangi sampah plastik. Kalau misalnya di Jakarta kan masih sedikit banget nih. Restoran kan salah satu bisnis yang jalan terus, nggak ada yang mulai untuk menjadi contoh. Kenapa kita nggak duluan?
Still with us, our last news comes from Muslim Fashion Week 2020 about the highlights of the show. So stay tuned after the commercial break.
Bina Nusantara Group actively shapes this vibrant region.
offering education of an international standard through Venus primary and secondary schools and Venus higher education systems. Serving the community across the archipelago and beyond. Venus. Fostering and empowering the society in building and serving the nation. Venus University.
This is Global News Relay coming to you from Jakarta. The 5th annual Muslim Fashion Festival ended on Sunday. Muslim Fashion Fest were being held for 4 days, exactly on 20 February until 23rd February 2020. This event has become a movement to be more conscious for environment in terms of clothing.
Sustainable clothing has become a movement to be more conscious of our environment in terms of clothing, has become popular considering fashion industry contributed to pollution and negative effect for the climate. Without even mentioning the resources that were used to produce a mass amount of clothing. The consumption of Muslim fashion in Indonesia every year grows approximately 18% each year. Plenty of designer and Muslim fashion industry has joined MUFES. MUFES has become a platform for all the designer in Muslim fashion industry to meet with each other. Some of the designers that were showcasing their designs were Nunik Mawardi, Monica Jufri, Ria Miranda, Ivan Gunawan, Rani Hatta, and many more. One of the goals for MUFES this year is to raise awareness for the public to be more conscious about our surroundings, lifestyle, especially how it correlates with the environment. MUFES tries to promote this awareness with campaigns and promotion, or a more direct way as such as support of upcycling, recycling, redesign, zero waste that going to be the highlight of the show. This year, the festival that was being held at Jakarta Convention Center featured around 400 tenants. Tenants that set up shops for modest fashion enthusiasts and place a renewed focus on sustainability in fashion alongside the usual trends that come and go according to the season that the fashion sets. Every year, MUFES has shown increase in total of visitors and transactions made in MUFES. For this year, the event has targeted 55,000 visitors and a total of transactions made for 43 billion rupiah. Indonesia Minister of Cooperative and Small and Medium Enterprise Teten Mas Duki was present in the opening ceremony of MUFES 2020, highlighting the role of fashion industry in driving change through environmental friendly practice. He stated that Muslim fashion industry in Indonesia are experiencing rapid growth. He was sure that Indonesia will be a trend center in Muslim fashion industry in the future. He also stated that Jokowi, Indonesia's president, has long asked for an event in Indonesia that can be put in the world event calendar. Evidentially, more designers have tried to limit and reduction waste such as fabric or fabric dyeing waste. The commitments for the fashion industry have proved to become more environmental friendly in hope for a better future. One of the proven ways of designers have tried in limiting pollutants from the fashion industry by reducing the use of polyester. Studies have shown that microplastic that being shed from synthetic fabrics during the wash cycle and end up in the ocean. Riau-based Vicos Rayon producer Asia Pacific Rayon or APR returned for its second year at MUFES, collaborating with several designers who use the company's biodegradable fabrics for the latest collection. APR has joined hands with some of the designers that attended MUFES. In MUFES 2020, APR joined hands with AM by Anggia Sari and Aninda Nasmi in showcasing their designs for the opening ceremony. A dedicated APR segment was staged on Friday, featuring top designers Deden Siswanto, Sukriya Rusdi, and Liris Eugene Affected, and Rosie Rahmadi. Both Deden and Eugene Effectes collaborated with famous Muslim sarung brand Gajah Duduk, but both made with different styles. Deden took inspiration from the nomadic people of Senegal, with layers of different patterns that normally be worn to ward off the heat and sand. He joked during the press conference that nomadic people have similar styles to Indonesian, in a way where we wear sarung as well. The silhouettes are mainly loose so it can hide the girth. Another highlight from MoveFest was Sukriya Insomnia inspired collection, which featured dramatic flowing outerwear and pillow-shaped bags that are rather Balenciaga's SQ in their own cheekiness.
Well, that's it for Global News Relay 2020. I'm Fancy Anastasia, the whole team and ourselves. Thanks for watching. We will see you next time.
Hi, Fancy. Hello? Yeah, so Fancy, about that cafe you guys reported on. I want to know about being more environmentally friendly impacts on their cost and profits.
Of course, it will impact because on economic level, they have to search for affordable alternative, and that's not cheap because the way of usually people are only using plastic because it was cheap, it was easy to get, but now they have to seek for alternative that also affordable. So of course it was more pricey, but we can see it from another view. They save money by investing in their utensils. Like if they use plastic, it will can only be used single use, but now they can use it for a long term, like the straws, the package and stuff. So it's eco-friendly and it also boosts the restaurant. Like it boosts how the restaurant is very concerned towards the climate, and now people are more aware of the climate change, right? So they're like, oh, this cafe is actually economic friendly. Let's support this cafe. So yeah, it boosts her relationship in a sense. So yeah, I think it's the positive and the negative.
Yeah, so on environmentally friendly fashion, some of the major fashion chains around the world try to play their part by encouraging recycling of old clothes or even repairing clothes when they fall apart. In Indonesia, other than high-end fashion, are there any initiatives to improve the sustainability of the fashion industry?
Yes, of course. When I view it from the local store, like the local fashion industry, it actually has focused on sustainable lifestyle. Like they're using this eco-friendly fabrics. They not the waste of fabrics will be reused again for like I don't know pouches and stuff. Yeah, it has certainly moved to a better way, and they also like my generation is also concerned with the fashion industry that we have this social movement called thrift shopping. So mostly my generation support the climate change by shopping that use clothes. Not only it was climate friendly, but it also way cheaper.
Thank you, Fancy.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Okay, so next up, we have the Asian College of Journalism in Chennai in India. Hi.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
Hi. So actually, what are the implications of COVID-19 on India's national agenda for sustainable development and climate change?
I think this has been a very important topic for India, and my friend Rahil would be better able to explain this topic.
So the thing is, I think it's really important for us to acknowledge that the Indian economy was suffering in a big way even before COVID came along. And what's been in the news in the past 2 months, in fact, has been a nationwide lockdown. So what that means that our factories have shut down, large parts of the industry have stopped producing, and thus obviously the effect of that has been that our economy is crippled more than it was before COVID-19 happened at all. So it's safe to assume that once we come out of this, sustainability projects will probably be on the back burner. But one sort of upside of this is that there is this changing sort of sentiment nationwide where regular people are realizing that the government has to invest more in healthcare. And the government then will be encouraged to invest in protecting its citizens. And that would mean intervening in climate change, ensuring cleaner air, ensuring better healthcare systems. So, I mean, in the long run, I suppose this could work out either way, but we can just hope for the best.
I see. So India has been under lockdown since March, right? Has that made a change to pollution levels in the country?
First of all, I would like to say there is no doubt about the fact that we are living in troubled times since the COVID-19 outbreak, and very few good things are happening. Very few good things have happened in the past couple of days. And one of the few good things is the reduction in pollution levels, the reduction in air pollution levels across the country, or rather, I should say, across the globe. And it is specifically the reduction in pollution levels in India is specifically important because out of the 30 most polluted cities in the world, India has 21 of them. So air pollution is a big problem in India, and millions of people are choking on the poor air quality every year. So because of the strict lockdown that has been imposed, there are a lot of industrial activities which have been shut. The cars are not on the streets anymore. People have been asked to stay at home, and because of this, the air pollution levels across the country have reduced a lot. Specifically, if we look at Delhi, the capital of India, which also happens to be one of the most polluted cities in the world, the air quality index of Delhi drastically reduced to 46 from 154 in the second and third week of lockdown, which is a big achievement for Delhi. It has never been able to do this. And Ghaziabad, which is the most polluted city in the world, and therefore also in India, has witnessed a 65% reduction in the particulate matter 2.5. So I think these are big things, and we should be thankful for the reduction in pollution levels that have happened because of the COVID-19 outbreak. And I hope that the reduction in pollution levels continue even after the lockdown ends, and it does not stop after the lockdown. I hope we can do something about it. We even have some graphs about that. I would like to show you some pictures. If Rahil is there, I would like her to share the screen.
Share the screen.
Yeah, so this is an image that was sourced from Guardian, and it's about the Connaught Place, a very prime location in Delhi. And this is how the Connaught Place looked before the lockdown, and now I'll show you how it looks after the lockdown. Yeah, so as you can see, the sky is very clear. And another image that we have is of India Gate, which is one of the most popular places in India. This is the amount of fog we had at India Gate before COVID-19. And this is how it looks now. So this is just to establish the reduction in air pollution levels across the country. Thank you.
I see. Okay, so climate change and extreme weather conditions obviously affect agriculture. But how has that affected farmers in India this year?
Right. Actually, it's interesting that you asked that because towards the beginning of 2020, I think one piece of really good news that we got from the Indian Meteorological Department was that we could expect regular normal rainfall this year. And that's, again, like you said, there were extreme weather conditions last year, so that was definitely good news. But then March came along and we saw really heavy rainfalls across India. And with that came damage to a vast amount of our farmlands. So, in fact, if I look at data here, it says that there was 77% more rain according to the IMD on March 19th. So up to as much as 4 lakh hectare of farmland was damaged in the process. And again, like I said earlier, we are in the midst of a nationwide lockdown, which means that there is heavy restriction on transportation in the country. So as a result, there was also a worry about a sort of seed crisis for farmers because there wasn't transportation to bring seeds in for farmers to sow. So overall, we can see that the people who are worst affected by this lockdown are migrant workers, are agricultural workers, farmers, people involved in agriculture and labor work. So it is definitely a very concerning sort of trend that we're seeing here. And sort of catching up once this is over will definitely be quite a struggle, but we'll have to see what happens.
I see. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so next we have Coventry University from the UK.
Thank you. This is Coventry's News Relay. I am Kurt Menny.
And I'm Agata Slowinska, and this year's theme is on climate change.
That's right, Aggie. And coming up, we have a piece about HS2 and the implications it has on the people and environment as well.
And one of our reporters has been looking at Gen Z activists in Birmingham and has witnessed their efforts to protect our planet firsthand with strike action that was held in February 2020. In another story, Coventry University is concerned about the environment and is now having an annual Green Week.
Last but not least, we cover an unusual story here in Coventry, a funeral in the city centre held for all of the trees that have been chopped down to make way for new renovations.
In 2010, the British government proposed the construction of a new high-speed train line that would build the infrastructure and link 21 destinations in the UK. The government and the HS2 Limited acknowledge that the route can't be delivered without extreme harm to the natural environment, but have pledged no net loss for wildlife, a policy aiming to prevent an offset for damage caused by human activity.
On Tuesday, 4th February 2020, representatives from the Wildlife Trust presented a letter to the Prime Minister, signed by over 66,000 supporters, asking him to stop and rethink HS2. Despite this, on the 11th of February, the Prime Minister announced that after careful consideration, the decision has been taken to proceed with HS2. Leanne Kate reports.
The controversy over the planned high-speed rail link HS2 has been headlining in the UK for a decade now. The Ogilvy review of HS2 in December 2019 concluded that the high-speed rail link could help deliver the government's commitment to bring greenhouse gas emissions to net zero by 2050. On the 15th of February, HS2 Limited revised their existing environmental policy. HS2 told us, we updated HS2's environmental policy to more clearly communicate our environmental objectives. We haven't changed any of our commitments to our environmental protection. As HS2 is a major development, the Wildlife Trust has commissioned the first comprehensive assessment of the risks to environmental damage. We spoke with Wildlife Trust CEO Ed Green about the report.
HS2 will result in considerable loss of wildlife, and it will permanently structurally alter the natural environment in England. It's going to establish a barrier for most species who rely on ecological connectivity from one side of the line to the other. Where HS2 say that they're going to produce no net loss, there are various ways of measuring that. HS2 has been given permission to come up with its own system, and lo and behold, in its own system that it chooses to use, it comes out with a net loss. The easiest way of explaining how HS2's process is flawed is that it doesn't take into account ancient woodland. And because you can't replace it, it's discounted from the metric they use to measure the impact on the environment. For HS2 to say that it's going to have no net loss on the environment is quite frankly absurd.
What do residents in Warwickshire feel about the environmental impact on where they live?
Obviously, I would rather that they certainly didn't bring down ancient trees, and I would imagine that some species will thrive, some species may never recover along that route. We should be looking at what we're going to be providing for the younger generation.
I think first of all, HS2 Limited are very, very clear about the environmental impact and therefore the mitigations that they can put in place. And if anyone takes the time to read their reports that are on their website.
I mean, the railway system we have now has been in use for at least 100 years. Anything that's been built today, it's likely to last a similar amount of time. So, the damage is perfectly acceptable in my view. And I think they have done a lot to mitigate it, as it's been rerouted and into tunnels, into cuttings.
After 10 years of fighting it and going to Parliament and petitioning and, oh goodness knows what, endless meetings. The bluebells in spring, you can feel that you're in an ancient woodland. You can feel that you're in a place that's so old and so mature, and it's going. Should I look upon it as saying, oh, okay, it's bringing jobs to the area and it's improving the economy, and I get that we need to update our railways. I just wish that they'd come out of Westminster Village and have a look what it's doing to the local environment and how it's affecting the wildlife.
What is clear and supported by both sides of the argument is that HS2 will have an impact on the UK's environment. With population growth and government commitment to net zero greenhouse gas emissions by 2050, expanding the railways can be one option in keeping commuters and freight off the roads to reduce carbon emissions. Whether or not HS2 is deemed the right answer will continue to be debated.
Thank you, Leanne. It's certainly a debate that will continue right up until the project is either complete or scrapped.
That's right, Aggie. And even after the project, we will still see discussions held over the value of the project and whether HS2 will reap more benefits than the controversy it has already attracted.
Certainly one to keep an eye out for. And now for the next story, our reporter Antonia Trevini has been on the scene of the protest of Generation Z environmental activists in Birmingham.
The group celebrated a year of activism with their first 2020 strike. Dozens gathered to join them in the streets of Birmingham city centre to listen to their cause. Now to Antonia for more.
What do we want? Climate action! When do we want it? Now! Hello, Birmingham!
They call them Generation Z, but they don't like the idea of being the last generation on Earth. That's why Birmingham Youth Strike for Climate have been fighting for climate justice for over a year now. The group celebrated a year of activism with their first 2020 strike. In dozens gathered to join them in the streets of Birmingham city centre, regardless of the cold, and to listen their voices.
Recently, people have believed that fickle promises of a climate future where our planet isn't being poisoned will shut us up. Will it shut us up, guys? People from all ages, all creeds, here to show that we're not just going to sit back and watch our planet be destroyed. We're here, we're living here, and we're going to tell all of the little big old giants in HSBC that we will not be moved.
Since the group started to be active in Birmingham, they reached the support of over 4,000 people. Thanks to their continuing presence in the streets, Birmingham was one of the first councils to declare the climate emergency and to set sustainable goals like reducing gas emission and becoming zero carbon by 2030. But it is not enough. Activists say there is still a long way to go to reach climate justice, and that's the reason why it is so important to keep fighting. But it is not always easy to make people understand.
I'm fighting for my future because at the end of the day, it's going to be my future that's affected, and if I can do anything to stop that from being destroyed, then I will.
If you want to see change, you've got to go out there and do it yourself, because everybody can sit at home on the bums and they can grumble and they can moan.
People, adults especially, they don't give us a voice, but when we do want to be heard, and that's why we're here today.
So many other people saying we're the ones who are going to save the planet, that are so proud and happy for us. Yeah, we're trying our best, we're doing what we can, but you know what? Why don't they get up and actually help us?
So I know it's easy to feel like giving up. If you believe in this cause, then you 100% have to stand up for it. Because even if we only make the world a little bit better for future generations, we're still making it better, and therefore we need to carry on what we're doing today.
Like, we don't even know each other. When we just know over our level of planet is amazing. Just to see people care is amazing.
For the first time in a long time, it gives people the motivation to get out of bed, to get something done, to make ourselves heard and do anything we can.
Being active is the only way to reach a better future. Generation Z strongly believe that anybody can make a change. We just have to stand up for it.
Anyone can be an activist. If you feel passionate about a subject and you do something about it, you are an activist. Think of something like start a petition or go to one of our strikes and that's an activist. You're fighting for a cause that you believe truly about.
Why are we here? Hope. There's still a chance to change, but we need it now. That hope's on a clock, and it's ticking away.
Thank you, Antonia. We are seeing more and more groups who are actively battling climate change. Some of the most impacting voices, such as Greta Thunberg, who has given a number of rousing speeches questioning the efforts of senior figures, while there are others like Boyan Slat, who has quietly gone about his business to cleanse the ocean off of plastic pollutants.
You're absolutely right, and the amount of activism we are seeing on a regular basis is the proof of everyone can do something to help protect the planet from climate change and global warming. In fact, people are listening and watching, and the message is actually being heard.
And now, We move on to another group of activists in Coventry.
In December 2019, a bizarre protest was held in the form of a tree funeral in Coventry due to the cutting down of trees in the city centre to make way for construction work.
It has been a real problem, and even trees behind the studio where we are sat right now have been demolished to make way for new university buildings.
This hasn't been without protest though. We sent out Angela Crocker and team to find out more.
For over 50 years, these trees grew here, absorbing carbon dioxide. Their leaves trapped fine particles from the air, from exhaust fumes and construction work.
Last December, a group of historic Coventry city centre trees were cut down to make way for new renovations. A group of environmentalists showed their dismay by holding a tree funeral.
Hi guys, I'm Angela and today I'm in the streets of Coventry talking to students about what they think about all the trees going missing and climate change.
Well, I've noticed that quite a few of the trees have been replaced past the EC building, and I know that this is going to be replaced with like a small park or something, so I think that's kind of good in a way.
Yeah, I haven't taken notice of very many trees missing, so I actually hadn't noticed that. But yeah, I know this is going to be a green space, so I think that's, in the end, it should be okay.
I think Coventry is a developing city at the moment. There's a lot of new buildings popping up, a lot of green spaces have been taken away. I do think the City Council aren't really on top of managing what green areas are kept. We do have several parks throughout the city though. In the future would just be to remember its importance, to pressure the council to stay on top of managing some green spaces, especially in the very city centre. We are losing a lot of green area.
There's quite clearly a problem globally over the loss of trees in our ecosystems and how that affects our carbon footprint. But in Coventry in particular, it's extremely prevalent because we are in a big city, City of Culture 2021, so it's the aims of making Coventry a busier city.
The students really have a lot to say about the trees going for new renovations. I can't believe the impact it has on our lives.
Yes, it's really impressive watching young people concentrated about the environment and getting involved in projects such as the Green Week.
Talking about Green Week, this is a week-long initiative held at Coventry University each year that promotes a healthy lifestyle and environmental balance.
We sent reporter Annalisa Romano to find out more about what is in store for the Green Week.
The Green Week was already a project that we had before. When I took over the sustainability office, I wanted to make sure that it is more developed and updated this year. And then we had a lot more activities for students, a lot more engagement, and I think it was a better version of the Green Week this year. So I'm very happy for that. I hope everyone enjoyed it and really appreciated what we were doing here to raise awareness about sustainability. As important as education, I would say. So we have some projects coming soon. We have the Global Sustainability Summit, which is a very beautiful event that I would love.
Talk to me about these events.
I would love students to book their places. So it happens on 21st of March from 10 to 4. We have a lot of great speakers coming, free food and a lot of entertainment during the event, which is really good. A team of beautiful, amazing people got this together, including myself, and I'm very proud to, represent this to Coventry students. It's one event that's gonna have, years and years
years of like development, so it's like first of a lot of them.
Okay, so this one is going to be the first one.
Yeah.
So definitely we should join it.
Yeah, absolutely. You're gonna join it.
I'm gonna join it.
Well, this is all we have time for today. We hope that you have found this year's programme from Coventry University to be very informative.
If you wish to follow any more updates from Coventry University, you can do so on Twitter handle @MAGlobalJourno or on our Instagram @GlobalJournoCov.
Thank you very much for watching, and from myself and Kurt here at Coventry University, it's goodbye from us.
Soon after the studio recording, COVID-19 hit the world and we all went into lockdown. Here's Alexandra Botta for more.
In terms of studies, we're only having online classes now, but when it comes to coursework, as I'm doing mechanical engineering, we use a lot of the workshop for our coursework. So with the university closing, we are now moving it more online. For instance, I'm making designs on CATIA, which is a computer-aided design software, instead of making them in the workshop, so that we can still give in reports. So we have half of it that we can do and half of it that we can't. So they've changed the marking.
I'm studying biomedical science, and obviously that is a huge lab-based course, but since face-to-face teaching has been suspended, there's no way for us to practice. Right now I have 2 exams left, one for each module, and then I have 2 other pieces of coursework which can be done at home. At the moment, our module leaders have not told us what's going to happen. They might have to be set online.
Thank you and goodbye. Stay safe, everybody.
Now we're joined by Annalisa and Angela from Coventry University. So Annalisa, how did you guys come up with this year's story ideas?
So basically my idea on climate change was to take a particular angle of the story. And during our Green Week from the 2nd to the 8th of March, Coventry University, with in collaboration with Warwick University and Coventry City Council, were working on the Green Week, of course, the week of sustainability. And I decided to take the angle of students' point of view. And of course, as my colleague were saying, that this lockdown has brought some benefit on our climate issue, but the point was how to educate the students on taking action. And so I decided to interview actually Elena Alexandra Miron, who is part of the sustainability office in Coventry University. So, and she's like a leader, and she set all the events for the week, and she was like trying to make students aware of the situation, how Coventry was working for a better future, and in particular teaching the basic thing why sustainability is important. For example, we had center event from craft to in the library there was like these boards to make your pitch for sustainability. So it was a way to educate the student on the matter.
Thank you. So given the pandemic, what were the challenges in putting together this year's Global News Relay?
So actually we had as issue at the beginning of the pandemic, most like of the student international, they left the country. So to be honest, there was not such difficulty on reaching out or working together, even we were not anymore like together like physically. But of course, we have been affected, I think, more psychologically than in a physical way. But despite this is our main point, and the first, I think, journalist like responsibility is to report the news, and even though like the circumstances or there are like some misadventure, like we had the strength to work together and to make this happen. So yeah, I'm so glad.
Thank you for joining us, Annalisa.
Thank you.
And now let's go to Breda University in Netherlands.
Welcome viewers to the Global News Relay, Dutch edition. My name is Mario Matev, and I'm here with my lovely co-host, Efke van der Loop.
Thank you, Mario. Unfortunately, we can't film this together in the studio at our own school. And although it has had some big disadvantages for our daily life, the coronavirus, it also has had some positive influences on the well-being of the Earth.
I completely agree. The fact that we have been staying at home has clearly had major beneficial effects for the environment. For example, the clearing out of the canals in Venice, the major pollution rate drops in big cities such as London and Paris. We have clearly seen how the environment has been flourishing during this time of self-isolation for us. However, in this particular broadcast from the Netherlands, we're going to focus a little bit prior to the corona pandemic. We're going to take a step back and we're going to examine why people should care about the environment and what they think about it and what actions they can take in order to help it.
So, prior to this current stay-at-home situation, we actually went on the street and asked people what they think about the environment and what they do to help. Let's have a look.
I like to be more minimalistic in my approach, so I just buy what is necessary and I try to keep them as long as I can.
Eigenlijk niet zoveel, denk ik. Nee, maar we proberen wel onze oude kleding een nieuwe kans te geven en die verkopen we dan of gratis weg. Of geven we inderdaad gratis weg.
Wij zijn vegetarisch gaan eten thuis. Heel soms als we het eten gaan, dan gunnen we onszelf nog wel een stukje vlees. Maar we zijn eigenlijk volledig vegetarisch gaan eten. Dat is denk ik de grootste verandering.
Nou, ik vind dat er op dit moment iets te veel wordt neergelegd bij gewoon standaard mensen. Terwijl gewoon de grootste vervuilers er iets te makkelijk mee weg kunnen komen of zo. Dus gewoon iets meer grote bedrijven aanpakken of zo.
Ik denk dat we nog veel te luxe zijn.
Nou, ik denk dat daar nog wel wat slagen te winnen zijn. Er kan nog wel wat meer aan gedaan worden. En misschien ook dat er op een bepaalde manier een belasting wordt geheven op het zorgen omgaan met duurzame materialen. En misschien subsidies om wat goedkoper aan energie te kunnen kopen.
Nou, ik vind dat moeilijk te zeggen, want wat wij weten, wat Nederland dan doet, dat lezen we in de krant en dat zien we op tv. Dat is over het algemeen erg gekleurd.
Dus geen afspraken maken per land, maar echt mondiale afspraken maken over hoe we omgaan met alle mineralen, energie. En op welke manier we de wereld door kunnen geven met een gerust hart aan andere generaties.
Echt met drastische maatregelen te komen. In plaats van elke keer alleen maar hoop en valse hoop te geven.
Ze moeten het er gewoon veel meer over hebben met z'n allen en meer maatregelen nemen.
Misschien moeten ze dat gaan overleggen of zo met z'n allen. Hoe ze dat het beste kunnen aanpakken. Maar hoe ze dat zouden moeten doen, dat weet ik ook niet.
Ja, ik denk dat ze van elkaars ideeën moeten gaan leren. Maar welke ideeën dat dan moeten zijn, vind ik zelf ook erg moeilijk om te bedenken eigenlijk.
Nou, ik vind sowieso dat wij als Europa beter samen moeten werken daarvoor. En ik denk als je die stap al bereikt, dat je al een heel groot stuk verder bent dan wat we nu aan het doen zijn.
It's a mixed feeling. It doesn't look like it's getting through to everyone. De oude generatie zijn misschien nog opgegroeid met een beetje normen en waarden. En deze niet. Dus wij zijn echt allemaal zo van, ja, het komt allemaal vanzelf wel en we zien het allemaal wel.
Ik denk dat het goed is dat de jongere generatie de oudere generatie is wakker schudt. Dus complimenten daarmee, daar moeten ze vooral mee doorgaan. Hou die oudjes al wakker.
Ik denk eigenlijk eerder zelfs beter dan de oude generatie, zeg maar. Misschien is dat niet zo, maar dat denk ik gewoon. Omdat Ik denk dat ouderen denken van boeien, weet je wel. Ze zijn het gewend, dus dat denk ik. Ja, en dat wordt ook best wel hip nu.
Ik denk dat jongeren zich veel bewuster zijn. Ik bedoel, jullie zijn jong en jullie zijn er dus hard mee bezig. Dus ik denk dat wij als ouderen van jullie kunnen leren.
Ik denk dat de oudere generatie er meer van bewust is. En misschien mogen er meer lessen worden gegeven aan jongeren om zich er bewust van te maken.
Now, we have heard a lot of opinions, but what are the actual facts about what's going on with the environment in the Netherlands?
Mario, did you know that actually the biggest part of this country is beneath sea level? So if temperature keeps on rising, you'll have to start saving up for a boat.
Yikes. Well, that sounds unfortunate. Let's find a little bit more about it in the following infographic about climate change.
You must have noticed that the climate has drastically changed over the last century. In 2016, 194 countries signed the Convention Against Climate Change. There was a lot of critique on it, with an even bigger amount of praise. It is now confirmed that 97% of climate change is a direct consequence of human activities. You may think that your actions don't really have an effect on its own, but we all contribute to one big build-up of problems that is eventually going to take its toll. Right now, here in the Netherlands, it is happening and we can't deny it anymore. The average temperature here has increased with 1.9 degrees Celsius since 1906. Maybe you are enjoying the hot summery days, but it is tough for other members of our society, elderly people being one of them, who are less resistant against the heat. We are currently living below sea level, but due to the melting of the ice cap, the level has risen with 26 to 82 centimeters already. At one point, our dikes won't be able to contain it anymore, and a big part of the Netherlands will disappear underwater. Climate change also affects our food supply because tropical storms and long periods of drought cause damage to the crops, which makes them unable to be consumed. And last but not least, it also messes with the migration patterns of the birds. Irregular weather conditions make them return home sooner, which leads to them starving because there are too many birds compared to the amount of food to share. Do you want to know what you can do as a Gen Zer? Yes, you! Gen Zers are seen as the group who doesn't only dream but also acts. Engage in conversation about what is going on, spread awareness, look out for the vulnerable people in society, and be conscious with the resources that we have. The decisions that you make have consequences for how you will live your life and influence the lives of the many that come after you. It starts now.
Oh boy, that sounds like a big responsibility. What can I as a young individual do to help the environment?
Well, Evke, if you take a look and scroll down through Instagram, you can find various young influencers who are fighting for the environment. One in particular is Maartje Bregman from the Netherlands, and in the following story, she's going to help inspire us how to live a more sustainable life.
This is Maartje Bregman, the 21-year-old owner of Life of Maar. Her platform where she inspires her followers with vegetarian and vegan recipes, slow fashion, run-in stories, and her sustainable way of living. She gained over 25k followers on Instagram already and won last year's Women's Health Foodie Award. Why does Maartje care about sustainability? And how does she balance college life and her healthy way of living? Let's find out what the life of a sustainable influencer looks like.
Let's go back to the beginning. How did you come up with the idea to start Life of Maar?
There was only food pictures at that time, so I didn't post anything of myself, and so no one knew I had that. Then my account grew. I got more followers, more likes, more people, more engagement, and I kind of liked it.
So you're all about sustainability with your account. Why do you live sustainable for yourself?
So it is also because I'm doing it for my own health and feel like really energized and happy in the morning when I wake up and not like really grumpy. But it's also for the planet and the animals, because I don't think they deserve to live just like for a few months and then being like killed.
How do you think you inspire your people as a sustainable influencer?
I just got a reaction yesterday. A girl told me that she said, like, I really love the way you're influencing us on the vegetarian vegan lifestyle, and I really like what you're doing. So thanks for that. So that was a really happy message for me, and yeah, it's making my day actually.
You're always honest about that you're not like the perfect example of maybe healthy living because you're a student, of course. And why do you choose to be honest about all of that?
I think it's healthy to like be 80% of the time really perfect, and 20% really not perfect. So when I show only the perfect moments, people cannot relate. And I think one of the most important things about being an influencer is that people can relate, that they can feel how you feel, that they can imagine how it is to be you. So if someone sees me eating a bar of chocolate and the day after eating a oatmeal and run a 10K, then they think, hey, I ate a bar of chocolate, but I can also eat some oatmeal and I can also run 10K.
What is the goal of Life of Mart for you?
For now, I just want to inspire people and be inspired because I also follow a lot of other healthy foodies or runners or sustainability experts, and I really like the way they inspire me, and I want to inspire my followers by doing the same. But it would be really cool to have my own company with my own rules and my own money.
As you can hear, Martje still has some goals she wants to achieve. For herself, but also for the world around her. I'm positive she will get there eventually and that she will inspire many more people along the way.
Wow. I'm definitely checking out her account for some tasty vegan recipes.
Good for you. It looks like being bored in isolation and finally made you cooking yourself.
You have no idea. And with that, everyone, we would like to conclude our little broadcast here from the Netherlands. It was a true pleasure getting to share and produce our stories. And with that said, we would also like to extend special thanks to our partners at Fresno State and Hong Kong Baptist University.
Thank you for all of this hard work during this uncertainty. And thank you for still organizing this global news relay for all of us around the world.
We hope that we were able to provide you with helpful facts and information.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi, FCAT. So, with the world put on lockdown, the environment has surely been thriving. What are some beneficial effects on the environment that the Netherlands has recently experienced?
It's a big issue in regards to nitrogen that was going in the atmosphere. So what the government actually tried to do is to lower this nitrogen level, and what it did was actually impose a certain ban on farming animals. So they tried to cut all farming animals by 50%. And of course, this didn't serve very well with farmers. So what they did is they went out protesting in the highways and everything. However, then the corona pandemic happened, and there wasn't really something that was solved by this. However, because of the self-isolation, the environment has indeed been thriving. And we can say that the nitrogen levels have decreased. However, the government still hasn't addressed that issue. So it's really interesting to see how after this lockdown is being lifted, to see how the government is going to approach the whole issue that it imposed prior to the pandemic.
Yeah, so a big issue for the Netherlands regarding to climate change seems to be the rising sea levels. How's the Netherlands currently dealing with this problem?
So, as you know or might know, the Netherlands is near to the sea. So, being near to the sea always has caused a lot of problems for the country. So, for example, in the 20s of the last century, they built a really big bridge, and it's called the Afsluitdijk, and it actually closes the country from the sea on one part. But then there was another really big flood in 1953, who actually caused to sink down a whole province in that storm, which later was recovered. But then they built the Delta Works, and the Netherlands is actually quite famous for that. They built a lot of dikes near their province to make sure that the country is safe from the water. But that's also due to a certain expense. Like if the sea levels will continue to rise, that's going to be very dangerous for the country.
Okay, so what consequence will the country of the Netherlands have to deal with if sea levels keep rising?
Well, it's interesting to see what Efke said, actually. It's around 20% of the Netherlands is the land, and major cities are actually built on what used to be sea. So you have big cities like Amsterdam and Rotterdam, they're actually built on sea land. So if sea levels keep rising, big cities like that would actually be completely underwater.
Yeah, that's actually quite dangerous because like Mario...
Probably.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Mario. Thank you, Efke.
So next, we join the University of the West of England, which is in Bristol in the UK.
Should be the University of the West of England. I'm Rob Mayer, and today we are looking at the big issues. Firstly, how the people of Bristol are working to combat climate change. And later in the programme, we're looking at how the city is facing its newest challenge, the global lockdown caused by COVID-19. Coming up, Greta Thunberg appeared in Bristol to join protesters in a march through the city centre. A closer look into the international activism organisation Extinction Rebellion. Students from Bristol come together for the very first Green Team Summit, and students show what their lives have looked like in the last few weeks. As we approach the summer of 2020, people all over the world want to see stronger action on climate targets. Greta Thunberg's appearance in Bristol inspired 30,000 climate protesters to join her and march through the city centre in a common aim to fight climate change. The teenager was greeted to chants of her name from the crowd, many of them school pupils who have been taking part in regular walkouts to protest government inaction on global warming. The local police force said that there was potential for protesters to be hurt from either tripping or being crushed by the crowds, but the whole event passed off trouble-free in spite of the pouring rain. Extinction Rebellion was founded in the West Country, not far from Bristol, in 2018. Since then, they have become a global organisation responsible for numerous climate-related protests and demonstrations. Hugo Docking looks at how they and other green activists have made an impact here in Bristol.
After a long battle between Bristol Airport and various activist groups in the city, plans to expand the airport have been recently rejected by the council. I've been following two activists who have been fighting the expansion in some interesting and creative ways. Fee has been a climate activist for many years and is now a member of Extinction Rebellion, a controversial group of activists who partake in acts of civil disobedience and encourage each other to get arrested to promote their message. Preventing the airport expansion has been a priority for her and the rest of Extinction Rebellion.
I was really beginning to despair last year, at the beginning of last year, because I thought I've been slogging away for 10 years. And really, to be honest, nothing has changed. I was just almost ready to throw in the towel, and then Extinction Rebellion came along. And yeah, I was arrested in April because I was up at Oxford Circus.
I joined Fee outside the town hall. Here, representatives from the airport were explaining to the council their plans to expand the airport while also reducing their carbon footprint. Extinction Rebellion say that these plans have been made to look environmentally friendly when they actually aren't. greenwash.
We need to make the mayor and the council realise that declaring a climate emergency and hosting Bristol Airport to tell their greenwash, it just doesn't add up. We've got to stop it. So that's what we're all here doing.
Ozzy isn't currently a member of any specific activism group, but that doesn't stop him organising his own protests against the airport's expansion.
I cycle everywhere, and it might be a good idea if perhaps I could get a few people interested in taking their bikes there to the roundabout in front of Bristol Airport, and just have a little just cycle round the roundabout, really. And a bit of indecision as to which way we'd go means that we'd have to keep going round and round.
The rejection of airport expansion is a victory for Fee, Ozzy, and many other climate-conscious activists in Bristol. However, they realise that there is still much to be done to prevent climate catastrophe.
In preparation for International Earth Day, 7 primary and secondary schools from across Bristol came together for the very first Green Team Summit. The focus was to raise awareness of and promote discussion around environmental issues. Here are Elitza Bashkaleva and Lucia Echeverry reporting with more.
As we prepare for International Earth Day, 7 primary and secondary schools from across Bristol come together for the very first Green Team Summit. The first seeds of change were planted at Bristol City Hall, where the children shared ideas and best practice from their schools. Mayor Marvin Rees was unable to make the event, but recorded a message about what Bristol City Council are working on to improve sustainability in the city. Guest speakers Rose Craig, famously known as Bird Girl, and Nassim Talukder, founder of local plastic pollution charity, gave passionate speeches to encourage the children's critical thinking.
It's really, really important to remind us where we are in this planet, and also remind us how beautiful our planet is, and we need to appreciate, and as a human race, we need to take more responsibility for our planet. And those days does remind us, that makes us feel like we can actually do it. All of the country, all of the world are coming out on the street to fight for this planet. It is hopeful. I see a really, really beautiful future in front of us, but it's not going to be a happy ride. So, we need to buckle up for that.
The Green Teams then took part in workshops to learn more about environmental issues with local organisations. The children were busy planting and labelling seeds, learning how to be eco-efficient and how they can make a difference through their choices and actions. The young climate change strikers shared their views and opinions on what they think the future looks like.
I don't think it's that good because it's not that many people are really helping. They're just doing what they want and not thinking about other people's future. I think there is a bit of hope if all the children put their action and I think they can change it. I think I see the future not really good or clean because there's lots of plastic in the oceans and cars.
And I see the future, I really can't predict the future, so I won't know, but I think the future will be lots of planes, more planes flying in the air than.
Incorporating eco-topics in the course of study is a process of spreading the message across communities.
So quite often, especially with eco-topics, it's not necessarily in the curriculum as a straight-up subject, and so when we do it after school, they're kind of in their own little glass bowl, I suppose, and getting it out to wider and realising there's other people who are doing the same thing as them in their schools, and just trying to spread the message and show that they're kind of a network of people working together.
The summit finished with a powerful march around College Green where young people had the chance to champion environmental causes and to encourage their families and communities to do the same.
Since our reports were filmed, Bristol has gone into lockdown. For those stuck at home, here are some UWE students with some ideas on how to fill the time.
Dungeons and Dragons, or D&D for short. Do you play it?
My friend brings D&D in every Wednesday, and we just sit there playing our own little version.
Sounds like fun, but what is it?
It's a little bit like a board game mixed with drama class. So you play a character, you just need a pen and paper and some dice, and you can go from there.
Where does it come from?
In the 80s and 90s, parents were terrified of Dungeons and Dragons because it was this scary thing that they didn't understand, and it's got about wizards and monsters and magical spells.
Do you think parents are aware that when the children play the game, that demon spirits are involved?
Adult demon. See that they are captured and bring them to me.
So why are kids playing a game from the 80s?
I think in the last few years, there's certainly been a trend of coming back to these more traditional games. Dungeons and Dragons has been in a lot of films and TV shows recently, so everyone's kind of talking about it and thinking about it.
The Demogorgon!
Jamie specialises in running D&D sessions for kids with additional needs. But what are additional needs, and how is D&D helpful?
Additional needs can take lots of forms. It might be that someone is in a wheelchair. Sometimes people with additional needs find it hard to socialise, and something like this gives them a chance to come along and make some new friends.
His lessons are fun, and he's an amazing GM.
But then came the coronavirus. How would our heroes overcome this new villain?
So you can play Dungeons and Dragons online with your friends, and you can use what's called a virtual tabletop, and a lot of those are free to use, and you can go on Discord or on Skype and chat to your mates.
Phew! If you're bored and stuck at home during lockdown, maybe give D&D a go.
It has been an amazing experience to be part of the Global News Relay 2020. Thanks from the whole UWE team for joining us today. Stay home and stay safe.
University of the West of England, which is in Bristol in the UK. Hi. Hi, Timia.
Hiya, there we go.
Hi. What sort of initiatives are in the city to keep it environmentally friendly?
So currently there's a so-called diesel ban that they're hoping to kind of implement throughout the city. It has been approved by the council, however, it is still waiting for government approval. They're hoping to kind of decrease the amount of diesel cars in the city, of course, to decrease the air pollution. There's also an initiative for biogas buses, which will be driven by methane gas, which is much more environmentally friendly than petrol or diesel and that kind of thing. And there's also an initiative called For Cups' Sake, which is a recycling project for used cups, where there's like several little bins. I think there's about 100 of them around Bristol at the moment, that people can just put their used cups in and they get turned into something more useful for the future.
I see. So how has the visit of Greta Thunberg affected the city?
It has great effect on the city with the way that it is getting younger children involved in the whole environmental and climate change fight. And I think with her kind of visiting here, it really is pointing out the fact that Bristol is ever evolving, ever more environmentally friendly city as it passes kind of marks and getting new initiatives involved.
I see. So how has Bristol been affected by the COVID-19 outbreak we are experiencing now?
Yeah, it's actually surprisingly a lot less. Like the whole southwest region of England has been less affected by it. Of course, we have the Nightingale Hospital opening here in Bristol by the French Hay campus of UWE, which they're hoping is not going to be too used, but it's there just in case, and they're going to be getting people in there from all over the county. Yeah.
I see. How about you? How has the quarantine affected you as students?
Oh God, it's been an experience. It most certainly has. But our tutors have been ever so lovely, and while we still had our semester time, they were still giving us lectures online on Zoom, and they were kind of ever so helpful while getting through all the coursework, getting it all finished. And it's been an emotional roller coaster, but I guess we're all getting busy and keeping ourselves entertained. Like I've actually started crocheting. I made this little guy.
Okay.
I've been keeping busy, and that's all it is. Keeping yourself busy and not letting yourself fall into that.
Yeah, totally agree. Yeah. Thank you for your sharing.
That's right. Thank you for having me.
We have Salford University from UK.
Coming up on Keys News, we'll be speaking to Charlotte Lastoveski, who organises youth climate strikes in Manchester.
Millions of pieces of rubbish are dropped daily in the UK. Young people in Widnes are on a mission to clean up the streets.
And we'll take a look at the disposable household waste that is causing problems for rivers across Greater Manchester.
After each big flood, that gets totally clogged with wet wipes and sanitary products, etc. Thousands and thousands of those wet wipes come directly out of the sewage system and get washed into the river.
Hello and welcome to the University of Salford. We're right at the heart of Media City UK, home to the BBC and ITV.
You're watching Keys News.
With this year's theme, Gen Z and climate change, we're going to chat to Charlotte Lastoveski, who could be considered as Manchester's Greta Thunberg. Charlotte organises youth climate strikes across the northwest. She is at sixth form and so divides her studies with the extra work.
So thanks for joining us, Charlotte. So you're 18, you're still at sixth form in Manchester, but you're devoting all this time to youth climate strikes. So tell me a bit about that.
February last year it started, and it's just kind of rolled and kept going, which is incredible because you never know what a movement like this is actually going to turn out to be. So it's amazing that it's still going after a year.
How to organise, would you call them protests?
Yes.
So they're once a month, aren't they? They're on the streets of Manchester. So what sort of organisation goes into this?
So I do the logistics side of the event, I run the social media pages, and I also liaison with the police. Logistics include getting a speaker down there so people can hear, getting megaphones, getting Extinction Rebellion youth to come and support us, getting samba bands there, getting the press release there, all those kinds of things. And liaison with the police is making sure that everything runs smoothly and make sure that they facilitate us and nobody gets like arrested and things.
So what would happen, say someone was at a youth climate, they're a young person, do you have arrests? Have you ever had an arrest?
We've had detainments. We've had a kettle in before, and they were issued a warning and they weren't allowed back into Manchester for I think 12 hours. So that was pretty scary.
So it's one event a month. So how many hours do you put into the prep for that?
Quite a few hours a week, probably about 5-6 hours a week, running social media pages, answering questions, answering emails, getting everything done, talking to people at UKSEN. All those different things do accumulate quite a few hours in a week.
Why do you think it's important for young people to get involved in this sort of thing?
Because it's ultimately our future that's going to be affected by it, and the government's inaction now could mean that no action could be taken in the future. And I think a lot of young people understand that they're at threat and they understand the small things.
Thank you very much for joining us, Charlotte.
You're welcome.
Pollution is a huge issue which many of us are acutely aware of, but have you ever considered the impact that litter has on the environment? Some things we discard do not biodegrade and can affect the environment for decades to come. Siobhan Fletcher went out to talk to young people in Widnes who were on a mission to clean up our streets.
I'm here at St Luke's Clubhouse in Widnes, where local scouts and guides have been out with Keep Widnes Tidy founder Kieran Gordon, keeping the streets clean. They've collected over 30 bags of rubbish in less than 2 hours.
So 30 bags from such a small area
is quite bad, and when you drive past you wouldn't really think it was that bad. Even I thought we're not going to have a lot to do here, but the fact we've got 30 bags today shows when you litter it doesn't disappear, it's still around somewhere.
We are part of this local community, and it's really important that our young people get involved with events that are for the community. And as this is a litter pick, it's also important, it's a lesson that our children need to learn. They need to learn about not dropping litter and what happens when they do.
The amount of litter dropped yearly in the UK has increased by 500% since the 1960s. 2.2 million pieces of litter are dropped daily across the UK. In 2015, £1 billion of taxpayers' money was spent cleaning up litter.
I've litter picked litter from 30 years ago, which is still fully intact. It doesn't disappear, it just ends up in hedgerows or in street gullies, and then just affects the wildlife.
I asked the kids what sort of things they found.
A lock or a battery charger, but I don't know what it was. It was like plastic. And lots of pencils on the floor.
Pencils?
Yeah, there was loads of blue pencils on the floor.
For Keep Widnes Tidy, it's all about raising awareness of small actions and their big environmental impact, as well as inspiring young people to get involved.
Rills and rivers throughout Greater Manchester are becoming clogged with wet wipes and disposable menstrual waste. Young people are making the switch to reusable options in order to help combat this pollution. Eleanor Davidson has this report.
All along the banks of the River Tame sit a congealed mess of wet wipes, sanitary products, condoms and nappies. Professor Jamie Woodward from the University of Manchester is researching pollution caused by disposable wipes and period products on our rivers and sewers.
These are your wet wipes, whether they're biodegradable, flushable, whatever it says. These are quite rigid. You flush them down the toilet, they'll get washed out of the sewage system during a big flood event, and they'll end up in your local river. And these are all contaminated wet wipes, marinated in sewage, that are deposited on this tree during a big flood. We've just seen a site immediately upstream of here, which is a combined sewer overflow with a big steel drill on the front. After each big flood, that gets totally clogged with wet wipes and sanitary products, etc. Thousands and thousands of those wet wipes come directly out of the sewage system and get washed into the river.
These are all products that us in Gen Z use in our everyday lives. Period waste is a huge problem, with research from the London Assembly estimating that 1.5 to 2 billion menstrual products a year are flushed down the toilet in the UK.
Ever since I've started studying geography and understanding the impacts, that's when I've moved to renewables, because I think once you see what happens at the end point, and I pick a lot of litter, and it's sadly sanitary pads sometimes and used tampons, just seeing them there, and like if I didn't pick them up, would they be there for years?
The solution? Switching to reusable menstrual products and face cloths like the ones Faye sells at her Zero Waste shop in Walkden.
So we're trying to reduce plastic waste, but we're also trying to offer an eco-friendly product as well. Everything goes back to the ocean, everything goes down the drain, so it's trying to put something out there that's not harmful to aquatic life as well.
Despite so many people working to find a solution, this riverbank highlights that the problem still remains.
Now, we all know how quickly our lives have changed due to COVID-19. Many countries are on lockdown, with a few starting to ease some of their restrictions.
On a positive note, the lockdown has led to a record fall in CO2 emissions, which can only be good news for the planet.
There's also been so much solidarity shown, people helping each other out, and the UK is also clapping for the National Health Service, doctors and nurses every Thursday night. Take a look now. Ollie, where you live, have you been clapping for the carers?
Of course I've been clapping for the carers. In fact, pretty much everyone in my street has been clapping for the carers, even people who I had no idea existed, the people from right down the bottom of the road. I would have never been introduced to them before, but then every Thursday night they come out 8 o'clock sharp, banging on pots and pans, and it's suddenly we have this solidarity which we've needed for years, but no more than we do now, and it's amazing to see.
It's really nice, because we've met like new neighbours because of it, and the people who live across the street from us bring out their guitars and play like Oasis songs, which is really nice.
Oh, that's good. Does everyone sing along?
Everyone does sing along, yeah, which is really.
You sing along.
I am partial to a bit of Wonderwall, oh yes.
Well, you should get practicing for tonight. But in the meantime, that's all for us today. You can follow us on Twitter at Keys News and on Instagram at Keys TV. But now, back to the studio in Hong Kong. Goodbye.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi, how are you?
So can you briefly introduce your program that you produced and what are the challenges you faced when producing it?
Yeah, so our program features pollution, littering, and we also have an interview with a girl called Charlotte. She's known as the English Greta Thunberg. And some of the challenges that we faced were obviously in England right now we're in lockdown due to coronavirus. So we weren't allowed to gain access to our footage because our university closed. So we had to refilm our whole program. But luckily, there's so many software that we can use. So through Skype, we were able to re-record our program for you guys.
I see. So can you tell me more about how you cover the student-led topic and then adult-led immediate involvement?
So I think the important thing with this is to look at the coverage, what everyone else is doing, and see what we can do to expand upon it. I think being a student-led issue, a lot of adult-led media organizations maybe don't take the time to consider our position on the issue. As Charlotte said, ultimately it's us who are having to deal with this, and it's our future. So it's very important to us when we were doing this that it was something that was very student-led and something that was gained from the perspective of the student as opposed to from the adults.
Yeah. How is the pollution level in the UK now? How has it changed since the lockdown?
So obviously, places like London have a lot of pollution because there's so many people there and there's so much traffic all the time. But since lockdown, obviously there's a reduction in road traffic. So a lot of cities, there's been a decrease in the carbon monoxide in our air. And also, according to the London Air Quality Network, the average air pollution has actually fallen to its lowest since the 2000s. So thanks to lockdown, we're getting cleaner air.
I see. Thank you for your sharing.
No worries. Thank you
very much.
Okay, next we have Ryerson University from Canada.
Hi, I'm Anna Ashite.
And I'm Marie-Pierre Surprenant. And you're watching the Global News Relay, a yearly show produced by universities around the world.
We're both students from Ryerson University in Toronto, Canada.
As you can tell, we're not in a studio this year as a result of COVID-19. The pandemic is forcing us to get creative and work off campus. Welcome to my basement in Ottawa, which is about 5 hours north of Toronto.
And I'm in Brampton, a city just north of Toronto, in a room in my house that has the best lighting. In spite of minor setbacks, we've still managed to put our segment of the Global News Relay together and focus on this year's topic, how our generation can do our part and see change in the environment. What better time than now to hear positive stories and uplift our spirits?
Today, we'll be looking at how everything from vintage clothing to reusable packaging can help reduce excess waste.
We'll begin with plastic bags. If you haven't heard by now, they've been a huge environmental issue around the world. They clutter landfills and are part of a giant plastic island in the middle of the Pacific Ocean.
Our first story is about a woman in Toronto who is leading by example. She shows us just how easy it is to make a few changes in our lives and be environmentally friendly.
Marie Couillard is a student and environmentalist at Ryerson University in Canada, who has decided to stop using plastic bags in her day-to-day life.
More on that from Cassandra Franco.
And by the way, we're producing this show using Zoom, so please bear with us while you watch the story from our shared screen.
Marie Couillard stopped using plastic bags when she was 15 years old. She's been using the same few reusable tote bags for over 5 years now.
So I mainly stopped using plastic bags because of the guilt associated with them. It just feels bad to always use something that you can only use once or you can't reuse in like enough ways. It coincided with my love for the environment and my passion to make sure that we all have the smallest footprint we possibly can have. We always think that everything isn't going to make an impact just because we're one person and we're just making small changes in our lives. But if everyone thought that way, then there would never be any change. So if everyone does this, then like we can make a huge impact on the environment.
Every individual like Amreen who uses recycled plastic bags over their lifetime will remove roughly 22,000 plastic bags from the environment.
I think when people are at the store and they get like a plastic bag, they don't always think about the journey that the bag is going to go on and where it's going to end up in the long run. We just see it as this one thing that's like convenient in the moment. But I think if we all saw what would actually happen with the things that we're not reusing, we would see like how big of a detrimental impact it has on the environment. So like whether it's ending up in landfills, ending up in oceans, like littering like our cities, all of those things just have such a negative influence.
Stopping the use of plastic bags isn't the only thing that Amreen has changed about her lifestyle.
So stuff that I try to do in my daily life is using reusable containers for my food, using reusable water bottles, like tumblers. I also, when I want to use a straw, I use reusable straws, using bags at grocery stores, turning off the light, like that typical, like the turning off the lights kind of stuff, preserving water as much as I can. And then a lot of like what I buy. So whether it's like environmentally conscious clothing as well, and pretty anti-fast fashion. And then also like encouraging other people to try and do the same. I think like ultimately we need to think about like how we want to leave this earth and how we want to leave it for future generations. So if all of us are not doing everything that we can, we have no excuse for the future. Like we can blame it on corporations and like those things all need to change. But at the end of the day, like you are the difference that you can make, and like everything that you do leaves a lasting impact on the earth.
Personally, reusable bags are my way of taking care of the ocean. I'd hate for my plastic bag to be the reason marine life dies.
Absolutely. The National Geographic actually just put out a statement saying that plastic bags are actually replacing plastic bags. I think this has a lot to do with some of the stores that we go to, like grocery stores, have been removing plastic bags and using recyclable material. However, it's kind of forcing us to have to buy plastic bags again to use.
I know that's definitely happened to me. I used to use my grocery bags for garbage, and now I find myself having to go buy plastic bags.
Right. I think it might be a good idea to ban plastic bags all over Canada, but I wonder how it will actually play out in our lives.
I'm on board for banning plastic grocery bags, as long as we have a solid eco-friendly alternative for garbage bags. Everything in grocery stores seems to be wrapped in plastics or inside boxes, which causes a lot of waste.
It seems today that more and more people are incorporating reusable containers to limit the amount of garbage that they create.
At the Unboxed Market in Toronto, shoppers can bring their own containers and packages to the store. That reduces the amount of packaging used by each individual. More on that from Sydney Schluter.
The Unboxed Market is Toronto's first one-stop waste-free market. It's a place where you can get everything you need, as long as you bring your own containers. Michelle says she opened the store to help reduce the high amounts of food waste in Canada. The Unboxed Market gives shoppers the opportunity to buy exactly what they need in reusable packaging. The Unboxed Market has everything their customers need. The grocery store boasts a full deli, a butcher counter, 2 freezers filled with a variety of meat, vegetarian, and vegan options, a full dairy section including milk on tap, and a dry goods area with an array of staple foods such as beans, rice, pasta, and cereal. The store also has a produce wall filled with fresh fruits and vegetables that is restocked daily. To make things more convenient for their customers, the store has expanded beyond just selling food products. The Unboxed Market soap wall has all kinds of soaps, detergents, personal care, and cleaning products that shoppers can buy on tap or in biodegradable packaging. This may sound like a worry-free solution to end all plastic, but Michelle says there is still one big challenge. The Unboxed Market is always going to face difficulties when it comes to packaging. Whether it's finding innovative ways to get things out to their customers or reducing the packaging coming into the store, it's an obstacle the store will always have to tackle when it comes to bringing in new products. Unboxed grocery stores won't end plastic waste, but Michelle thinks that getting into the habit of using reusable containers when buying groceries certainly makes a difference. I'm Sydney Schluter from Ryerson University in Toronto for the Global News Relay.
And grocery stores aren't the only places you can reuse your packaging. I know a few stores in Toronto that focus on repurposing beauty products. Anna, they're called sustainable boutiques.
Okay, kind of like package-free beauty products, right?
Exactly.
Awesome.
Everything from shampoos, conditioners, to everyday makeup products. Beauty and lifestyle shops like Eco and More in Toronto make it easy to reuse lifestyle products and reduce your eco footprint.
Co-founder Laura Craig shows us how you can make just a few changes and join the refill revolution. Brianna Azevedo has the full story.
Through their vast array of green, reusable, package-free products and refill services, this store shows that there are more sustainable ways to shop for your lifestyle and beauty products.
It doesn't have to be remade. There's no reason why you have to go buy all these new things, even in your everyday life. Reuse products and repurpose them.
Studies have shown that each year, millions of tons of plastic waste continue to build in oceans and landfills. By 2050, the amount of plastic waste is anticipated to grow 4 times more, and looking for earth-friendly solutions can be a struggle, as co-owner Laura explains.
I remember too getting a certain hand soap bottle that I liked, and I wanted to reuse it. So instead of going to the store, I was looking for a refill. We found that there wasn't a lot of refill in the beauty categories.
Eco-friendly products is something not commonly found in the beauty industry. They are responsible for creating 120 billion units of packaging, some of which can take up to 1,000 years to decompose.
It's definitely well into the thousands of bottles that we've saved from landfill.
A solution with a big impact made so very simple.
We take the product that you've chosen, the shampoo in this case, and we will take it and just fill this.
Yeah.
And then we take it back, weigh the difference, and then send it directly to our POS.
Eco and More is a sign of growing concern within the young influencer generation about the environmental impacts of the beauty industry.
If you can reuse your shampoo bottle 10 times instead of once, it's great.
Small changes in your cosmetic buying habits, like using a refillable container, can cut carbon emissions created by the beauty industry by as much as 70%.
Everybody has different budgets, so if you're wanting to make a big impact, just start small and see what you can do.
Here, progress is the only thing that counts.
We are no judgment here. You can bring in your plastic Tide bottle and refill it. Our customers are all on a journey to make it better for their families.
In an industry that is lacking sustainability, stores like Eco and More could be the solution. For the Global News Relay at Ryerson University, I'm Brianna Azevedo.
Wow, $120 billion on packaging? That's insane. I never realized how the beauty industry was so wasteful.
The amount of waste is insane. Have you ever thought about how much makeup packaging goes to waste?
Well, I actually just got this package from Sephora a few days ago. This is how tiny the actual package is. And this is the amount of stuff that they put inside of the packaging. And plastic. I'm just wondering if big corporations like this can probably take some of the packaging advice from Eco Plus and More and be a lot more sustainable and waste a lot less.
And I like that there are sustainable stores like Eco and More. And I know they're doing something similar at Muji, are making it easier for customers to make the switch. I feel like people are more prone to taking part in the movement if it's as easy as these videos shown.
Absolutely. I find that I'm able to really make sustainable choices when it's available for me at the stores that I normally go to. I'm happy to do my part when it's available.
Yeah, in the past few years, personally, I've been trying to go to bulk stores as much as I can, and I always use a reusable bag. Every little effort counts, right?
Yes.
But the COVID-19 crisis has brought some changes that have affected stores like the Unbox Market and Eco and More. A lot of places that allowed customers to bring in their own containers have stopped out of fear that it would further spread the virus.
Yeah, the same goes with plastic. A lot of bulk stores that avoided using plastic products are now bringing them back.
I'm more worried about people handling the food in bulk stores than the cloth bags. I went to Bulk Barn the other day. It's a store where you can buy almost anything from nuts to candy, and they had a system I liked. Basically, we couldn't use our own containers, but someone would go down the aisle with us and handle everything. I think it's a pretty good solution in this odd situation.
It is. I'm glad that they're offering a solution. I just recently found that stores like Starbucks and other coffee shops are no longer accepting refillable bottles.
You're watching the Global News Relay, an international show produced by students from around the world. I'm Marie-Pierre Surprenant from Ryerson University in Toronto, Canada.
And I'm Anna Ashite. And as you can see, we're not in the TV studio at our university. We're at home using Zoom to produce this show. We've just talked about how individuals can reuse and recycle products to help the environment. Let's talk about another major issue that's destroying the environment: pipelines.
As people around the world start buckling down to the dangers of climate change, gas pipelines projects and their negative effects on the environment have been put in the spotlight.
Here in Canada, we're known for our vast mining industry. We're responsible for more than 840,000 kilometers of pipelines, established by companies from all over the world. The Coastal GasLink pipeline and the Trans Mountain pipeline are just two examples of pipeline projects that have caused controversy over the last year.
And another one is in the city of Hamilton, about an hour west of Toronto. That pipeline is scheduled to be built in order to transport frack gas, putting an even deeper dent in Canada's carbon footprint. Our reporter Sukaina Payumo has the story.
With the dangers of climate change looming, citizens and politicians worldwide are aiming to find cleaner energy sources. Yet, in Canada, the oil business is booming. Enbridge, a gas distribution company, is planning construction on a new pipeline in Hamilton, one of Ontario's flourishing cities. But some believe its construction could pose detrimental effects on the environment. Jack Gibbons is the head of the Ontario Clean Air Alliance, an organization working to fight against carbon dioxide emissions and climate change. Along with other organizations, Jack has arranged a meeting to inform the public on the pipeline and its possible dangers.
Well, yes, this was a meeting to inform people about our campaign to phase out Ontario's gas-fired power plants and to alert them to Enbridge's proposal to build a large frack gas pipeline. And they want to build a $200 million pipeline in the city of Hamilton so that they can bring frack gas up from Pennsylvania into Ontario to allow Ontario's gas-fired power plants to increase their pollution by more than 300% by 2025. And that's just not acceptable.
With his research, Gibbons shows that there are better options for Ontario to get their power.
We should keep our lights on by importing clean water power from Quebec. It makes much more sense to buy clean, renewable water power from Quebec to keep our lights on instead of importing frack gas from Pennsylvania. We've got to stop investing in new fossil fuel supply, and we've got to start putting our money into energy efficiency and into renewable energy sources.
Gibbons has worked in the climate activism sector for much of his career and isn't thinking about slowing down anytime soon.
So this was one of what will be many meetings to get the message out across the GTA and in Hamilton and the Niagara Peninsula and Kitchener-Waterloo as well, because we want to build a strong public awareness and opposition to the frack gas pipeline and to Doug Ford's proposal to ramp up the greenhouse gas pollution from our gas plants.
Premier Doug Ford, Ontario's provincial leader, has no plans to help prevent the irreversible effects of climate change. It's up to people like Gibbons to urge citizens to help fight against climate change for a better future.
Well, it's important to me because I've got 2 grandchildren who are 3 years old and 5 years old, and I want them to grow up in a planet that's healthy and green, and so they'll have a good future, and that their children will have a good future.
It is definitely a challenging time to navigate with both entering and changing native land and adding to air pollution.
Absolutely. And we mentioned before that this year's show is focusing on how our generation can do our part to eliminate climate change. While it's great to see activists like Jack Gibbons making a difference, we can't rely on him and his generation alone. Now is the time for young people to take initiative. As we've seen, a few young activists taking complete charge.
For sure. In Canada, high school and university students are taking part in all sorts of protests to try and stop pipelines from being built in Alberta. Young activists like Greta Thunberg are also very inspiring.
Yeah, and here in Toronto, there are climate strike protests held on Fridays. It's great to see our generation doing what they can do to leave the earth in a better and sustainable place for future generations.
You're watching the Global News Relay. This segment is coming to you from Ryerson University in Toronto, Canada.
Animal agriculture is a big problem for climate change. It's responsible for 18% of greenhouse gas emissions.
In response to this, a lot of young adults are choosing to go on a plant-based vegan diet.
Let's meet Nicolina, a student at Ryerson University who's been vegan for the past 4 years. Will Pennington has her story.
This is Nicolina, who's been a vegan for over 5 years.
I went vegan mostly for the animals. I cared a lot about animals as a kid. And then when I got older, I realized it was a lot better for your health and mostly for the environment too.
Going vegan to help preserve the environment is something on the rise amongst younger generations, such as Generation Z.
So a lot of resources go into animal agriculture. So firstly, water. We use a lot of water to either give to animals to drink or to actually grow their food in the first place, or to even just help during the process of actually killing the animals and taking eggs and things like that. And then just a land issue as well. A lot of forests are getting burned down for animal agriculture, so even the recent fires in the Amazon and things like that, a lot of people don't know that those start when people burn down forests by hand to get room for animals. I did a lot of research online, so I just kind of looked into YouTubers that are vegan or vegetarian and wanted to hear what they had to say about it. I watched a lot of Netflix documentaries. There are quite a few on either going vegan or just cutting out how much meat you eat. Cowspiracy is a good one for the environment aspect of it, and it talks a lot about all the resources that we use for animal agriculture, so that's a good one. Using other vegans as a resource, in a group chat or in a group at school, is a really good way to kind of reach out to other people and find out what they do and how you can try it yourself. Even if you're not going to completely go vegan or vegetarian, definitely cutting back on how much meat you eat is a good help. If you want to do meatless Mondays, let's say, and just make sure that on Mondays you don't eat meat, that's a good strategy. And as well, just trying to incorporate more vegan items, even if you're not going vegan. So if you're curious about different kinds of milk, you can always try almond milk or coconut milk and kind of add that in instead of completely getting rid of other things. You can try just eating more vegetables, even if you're still eating meat too. So things like that. It doesn't have to be all or nothing, but I think little steps are definitely helpful.
The environment is in need of help as climate change continues to shape our world today. While there are many ways that citizens can help restore our planet, going vegan is a massive step to help preserve land and keep the world greener and cleaner.
I work alongside Nicolina at Ryerson's 24-hour streaming station, and I've had the opportunity to hear firsthand her passion behind conscious eating and sustainability.
I admire her. It takes a conscious effort to follow that diet. But Nicolina brought up a very important fact with the water consumption needed for farming animals. I know that's why I made the switch to being vegetarian.
Yeah, and veganism doesn't just stop at the food you eat. It also includes the clothes that you wear. Have you ever heard of vegan leather? I've had my vegan leather bag from Matt & Nat for the past 3 years. It's great quality and it's made from sustainable and reused materials.
That's an inspiration, Anna. I haven't tried that yet, But there are also other ways your clothing choices can help the environment.
Absolutely. Being mindful of what you wear and where you shop is another way to make a huge difference in the environment. It's hard to believe that fast fashion is the second largest polluter, right next to the oil industry.
Vintage stores sell clothes for a fraction of the price of retail stores. With COVID-19 sparking an economic recession, many will be looking for ways to keep money in their pockets. A great way to save is by buying used clothing instead of clothes that are brand new.
Shopping vintage, also known as thrifting, has become increasingly popular with the younger generation.
And not everyone realizes that purchasing used clothes not only saves money, but also the environment.
Absolutely. This next story shows how a used clothing store just outside of Toronto promotes sustainability and prevents more waste from ending up in our landfills.
The Clarendon Trading Company, a vintage store located in Markham, Ontario. Fashionable clothing may be the most obvious appeal to this place, but what many people don't know are the environmental benefits.
I am the co-owner of the Clarendon Trading Company, and at the Clarendon Co, we source, distribute, and market vintage and contemporary pieces. It's us finding items that were once thrown out, that were disregarded, and now we're trying to bring a new life to them.
But giving clothes a new life requires a whole process blind to the average eye.
There are numerous ways you can source. But for myself, it's really working with wholesalers that ship and distribute clothing globally, where I go every morning, wake up early, and I just source and pick pieces that I think my audience likes.
Today, we are consuming 400% more clothing than we did just 20 years ago. And given that 85% of the clothes that we are consuming end up in landfills, shops like Clarendon Trading help prevent that by sourcing and distributing disregarded wear.
I'd say on average, I source about 60 to 70 pounds a day. So let's say a week, that's roughly around 300 pounds. I think once you are getting garments that are no longer wanted or not being used or utilized properly, and then you're trying to revamp them, whether it's by reworking them, whether it's by taking them out of landfills and then selling them to a public that does want to utilize them, that more or less is a form of waste management. So it's really about finding brands, styles, and quality items.
Getting these secondhand items to the public isn't the only sustainable aspect that Clarendon partakes in. When sourcing clothes, they even use disregarded rice bags.
One thing that we do is when we go picking, we have these like rice bags, right? And a lot of the times we'd see people toss them out. So we decided, hey, let's do our own little DIY project and turn these rice bags into bubble mailers. I think just as a whole, just like our whole business model really does help with sustainability. We're buying old, used pieces that don't have to go through the whole process of being dyed, sewn back together, and it's allowing old pieces to get a new life again.
Now that we know that shopping secondhand significantly prevents the waste of materials, what does a regular Clarendon shopper have to say about it?
I like shopping at the Clarendon Trading Company because there's a lot of variety, but ultimately I do see that there are benefits to buying secondhand as sustainable. And when I buy and wear used clothing, I'm helping to keep textile waste out of the landfills. I like to go pretty much thrift anywhere and everywhere that I can find vintage clothing. It's just something that is part of my lifestyle. 90% of the clothing that I wear, and that's not an exaggeration, I would say 90% of the clothing that I wear is thrifted or secondhand. Especially with mass production, there's a lot of waste being generated. There's definitely more being produced than there is things that are needed.
Studies have shown that 60% of clothes made worldwide are made from synthetic materials, such as polyester, nylon, and acrylic, which are all forms of plastic. When thrown away, they often sit in landfills for hundreds of years, if not forever. By Clarendon Trading reusing and reselling clothes, they positively contribute to the decrease in textile demand.
Ultimately, I think it's more accessible because it's cheaper. Pretty much anyone and everyone can buy secondhand clothing. You know, even if you're not going to a curated vintage store, you can walk into a Valley Village or Salvation Army and just put together an outfit. You know, it's accessible, it's affordable, sustainable.
One of the best parts about shopping at Clarendon is that even if sustainability isn't your focus when shopping, it's always a factor, and a great one at that.
I always like to think, hey, I mean, this could be in a landfill right now, but now it's on my back, I get to use it, and chances are when I'm done with it, someone will think it's just as cool as me, and then it'll be used for generations and generations.
I wonder if it will ever be possible to completely get rid of new clothing and only shop vintage or used clothing.
After a certain point, I think new clothing will need to be made. But I also think social media can be a powerful tool to help push sustainable clothing. It's right in everyone's hands, making it way easier to make an impact.
Absolutely. And by the way, during COVID-19 and even after, there are plenty of vintage store apps where you can buy these clothing from the safety of your own home.
Right now, it's young adults who are really pushing for this change. According to Teen Vogue, young people are adopting secondhand clothing 2.5 times faster than all other age groups. If you put that into perspective, a single shirt is made of 2,700 liters of water. Just think about how much damage this is causing to the environment.
Yeah, at least the youth are doing their part by buying secondhand clothing, though.
Yeah, and I think the hype with thrifting is to find unique pieces. Plus, it's a cheaper way to jump on the whole vintage bandwagon. Do you own any thrifted clothes?
I do. Effes and Frank and the Black Market are amongst my favorite secondhand spots in Toronto. Some of my favorite pieces were once worn before, kind of like my jacket.
We've come to the end of Ryerson University's segment of the Global News Relay. My biggest takeaway is that every effort counts. The hardest part is to get people to see the impact they can make by being conscious and knowing what's out there to really helps.
I've learned that I may not be the only one who holds anxieties and fears concerning the future of our planet. It would really worry me when I would think if one person like myself could actually make an impact. However, after watching these stories today, I feel empowered and most importantly, informed, knowing that small changes can make the world of a difference. We'd like to thank our professor, Marion Kumi and Brian Withers, and our peers, and we'd like to thank you for watching today. Stay tuned because the Global News Relay will continue with segments from other universities around the world.
Wherever you're watching from, we hope that you'll remember, even the smallest act can make a difference to the environment.
From Ryerson University in Toronto, Canada, I'm your host, Anna Ashite.
And I'm Marie-Pierre Surprenant. Bye.
Thank you.
Now we're joining Marie from Ryerson University. Hi, Marie.
Hi.
It seems that coronavirus has affected some of the environmentally conscious choices people are making. More people are using cloth bags instead of plastic bags to try to protect the environment. However, do you observe any changes in such behavior under the pandemic?
Yeah, I think a lot of rules have changed. People aren't allowed in Canada right now to use their own reusable bags for fear of contamination. So people have been having to use plastic bags. That and a lot of bulk stores are finding themselves having to use plastic bags instead of reusable containers.
Yeah. So actually, Hong Kong is not unusual practice for people to bring their own containers, but the trend is also coming. But some stores have stopped people from bringing their own containers. What problems do people face when trying to carry their own containers in stores in Canada?
They just don't let you in the door if you have your own containers. I think a lot of people are feeling upset about how much plastic is being used, but at the same time, they're also just trying to keep people safe. So.
Yeah, so actually, generally, some stores are offering discounts for people who bring their own cups. So, without the pandemic, do you think discounts can be an incentive attracting people to bring their own containers?
Yeah, I think it's a great incentive. And I think it might push those people who think it's too much of a fuss to use their own containers to maybe try it.
Yeah, thank you, Marie.
Thank you. So next, let's welcome Texas State University for the next chat. Hi, Jaden.
Hi, how's it going?
Hi. Universities in the US all have a spring break in mid-March. That was really when things got disrupted in Texas, right? So things were pretty normal until around spring break. Please tell us more about the moment when you realized COVID-19 could potentially change how you did things.
Yes, well, essentially, so the newspaper on campus, we reported essentially, we got information that there were 4 students in quarantine around the time where COVID-19 really in America was starting to surface, to where there was a lot of widespread concern. So when it got close to campus, when we found out that students were in quarantine, they weren't necessarily confirmed to have COVID-19, the virus, but they were in quarantine due to traveling or whatever the case was. Essentially, they were in quarantine. So at that point, when we reported that, the entire campus. And after that, there was a domino effect of things getting canceled, and our spring break got extended another week. And when we got into spring break, then we realized that, okay, maybe this thing is going to extend even longer, right? And from that point, we got the news that our classes will be moved online. And then it got prolonged to this entire semester. So it was really a whirlwind, but it really was rooted in when we found out that there were students in quarantine.
I see. So, what exactly has changed since then? Like, other than the spring break being extended, and have people really adjusted well?
Right. Well, I think there are a few different things. I think one, obviously, like the rest of the world, is that you see a lot of Zoom meetings now with no more face-to-face instruction. So there's been an adjustment to people who didn't sign up for online classes, having to move online to Zoom to take their classes. So I think that's been a big adjustment that some people have adjusted well and some haven't. The university adopted a quote-unquote pass-fail system where students can request that at the end of the semester if they feel that they didn't meet certain requirements and they feel that the circumstances of COVID-19 prohibited them from being successful in class. They can opt into that. I think also you see a lot of people who've lost jobs, and when they've lost their jobs, that trickles over into not being able to pay rent at a certain apartment. So you've seen that dynamic too, where students are really just really trying to make ends meet and make the best of what the situation is too. And you see the same thing with professors having to adjust to this online class period. A lot of people who are used to doing things face to face.
I see. So, what do you think will come next for the students at Texas State University? Will you have classes in person or online this summer? And how about when the next school year starts? What do you think might happen then? Might some students stay home or change universities or even take a year off?
Well, the university announced that this upcoming summer 2 semester, so starting in July, and the fall semester, it will be planning for face-to-face instruction. Now, obviously, those things could change due to COVID-19, and everybody's aware of that. But I do think, as far as what's going to happen, I do think that if circumstances as far as online classes are prolonged, you will see the university has already announced too that they're expecting a drop in enrollment of people coming in. You have international students who wouldn't be able to make it here, and so on and so forth. So, and a lot of students, they pay for that face-to-face instruction, that one-on-one, in class. So you'll see a lot of students that may not return. They may decide to take a semester off, in my opinion, due to everything that's going on. It's a lot more difficult in the fall semester. That's a huge adjustment. You're talking about, this semester, we've been online for about a month and a half, really since March, right? So the fall semester, you're talking about from August to December. That's a long period of time to be online. And I do think that a lot of students, the university is anticipating that drop in enrollment, but you will see a lot of students who likely won't return because if COVID-19 calls for the university to stay online, right? But if things move accordingly to face-to-face instruction, I do think that the university there will be some adjustments that obviously need to be made because you can't just bring 40,000 students back to campus at once. So there will have to be some type of plan put together to sort of make sure that's done in a safe manner.
True. What else changed at the university? Like student media or social life or like student work?
Yeah, so for student media, it's been really tough. I mean, you're talking about reporting, really, everything's really virtual. And then also there are things that you have to go out for and report. So you're potentially, putting yourself at risk of contracting COVID-19. So I think, it's been tough, a lot of Zoom meetings, a lot of, communication, virtually. It's key because, journalism, our field is based on communication, right? We're so accustomed to getting out, being able to talk to people for stories, getting to know people, their lives, their families, so on and so forth. Well, not saying that's not possible under current conditions, but it is a lot more difficult. Also, not being able to be in a newsroom with all your colleagues and doing the stuff that you love to do. So I think that's the biggest thing. And same thing for all the other organizations. It's just having to move online and do things on Zoom. It's a lot more difficult, but at the same time, it's, no one asked for this to happen. These are things that are out of our control. So you just got to kind of make the best of the situation. I think that's what a lot of organizations have done.
Yeah. So what do you miss most about reporting from a campus?
I definitely miss just more of that person-to-person interaction. For me, being able to go out and take photos and then go talk to people after and get their information, and then, being able to go to professors that I trust and respect to get their perspective on certain things, and like I said, it really is just rooted in that person-to-person interaction. I really do miss being able to see all the students on campus, see what's going on, talk to them, and all those things. So I would say that's the biggest thing, is that person-to-person interaction.
Same. Thank you for sharing. Thank you, Jaden.
All right, thank y'all so much.
Okay, so thank you, Jaden. Next, we have Baylor University from the United States.
On Lariat TV News today, in our special edition newscast for Global News Relay, we'll share stories with you about how COVID-19 has altered life in Waco and beyond.
This newscast will highlight how Baylor's light continues to shine as coronavirus takes its toll on the world. We'll give you an inside look into how Baylor's organizations are serving the community and spreading positivity in the midst of the pandemic.
COVID-19 is a complex virus that we're still learning about. In this story, we'll speak with a Baylor student who is asymptomatic for COVID-19. However, he's experienced loss of taste and smell. We also talk to the public health district and hear about the difficulty of tracking people with coronavirus.
In sports, one Baylor Bear saw his dreams of pole vaulting in the 2020 Olympics dashed when the games were postponed. Casey Lightfoot was slated to trade the green and gold for red, white, and blue to represent the United States in the Tokyo Olympics this summer. Good afternoon and welcome to Lariat TV News Today. I'm Sarah Gill reporting from the heart of Baylor University's campus in Waco, Texas.
And I'm Julia Lorenz coming to you from San Diego, California. Thanks for joining us. Today we're going to bring you a special edition newscast as part of Global News Relay.
This event brings together students from universities all across the globe in a newscast focused on how COVID-19 has altered life in Waco and abroad. Our first story is how Baylor's light continues to shine as coronavirus takes its toll on the world.
LTVN's Grace Smith joins us from her hometown of Boerne, Texas, to share how Baylor's organizations have turned this time of crisis into an opportunity to serve.
COVID-19 hasn't stopped Baylor from using its resources to help others around the world. One organization I spoke with is supplying nearly 500,000 starving children across the globe with a boxed meal every day. While the COVID-19 pandemic halted activity on campus, it certainly did not stop the university's light from shining bright throughout the Waco community and beyond.
Right now, as a university, I think really kind of leaning into our Christian mission to love our neighbors as ourselves.
Jeremy Everett, the founder and executive director of the Baylor Collaborative on Hunger and Poverty, spoke with me about how his team created a curbside meal program once 200 Texas school districts announced they were going to close due to the virus.
Our team propped up a website and began to work with those school districts to be able to find out how they could serve meals to kids even when the kids were going to be out of school. Where kids essentially could just drive up to a given, like a school or a nonprofit organization or even like a church parking lot and pick up a meal and take it home.
The team also is in partnership with the U.S. Department of Agriculture and has in works a program called Meals to You, where boxes of food will be shipped to kids who live in rural areas across the nation.
We have this firm belief that hunger and poverty are too big for any one organization or any one sector to address by themselves, and that it takes a collaborative approach. So to be able to see kind of that theory come to life and yield millions of meals for kids around the country is that's pretty special.
we either fall on our faith or we fall from our faith. And I've just seen so many people step into and really depend upon our faith.
Dr. Jeremy Vickers, the Associate Vice President of External Affairs at Baylor, tells me how their team stepped up during the pandemic.
We want Baylor and Waco to be like brothers and sisters, not separate but together. We have a vision that we want to paint the town green and gold.
Will you talk about the initiative that your team took in response to COVID-19?
So when the opportunity to move online, and by opportunity I mean crisis, we saw an opportunity to partner with Waco ISD to create some inspiration and help those students and their families just continue to be encouraged to read.
Keep learning, keep reading. A campaign encouraging literacy during COVID-19. A series of videos are posted on the Solid Gold Neighbor Facebook page. Weekly posts feature Baylor and Waco community leaders reading their favorite children's book. And these are just two examples of organizations within Baylor University that have shifted their resources to serve in the fight against COVID-19. For Lariat TV News, reporting for Global News Relay, I'm Grace Smith.
Sewing machines have become an essential during this pandemic as they've been used to make masks and other protective garments. I interviewed a senior designer and the directors of the Baylor Fashion Show. Now let's take a look to see how the fashion industry is changing. As we're all at home social distancing to help stop the spread of COVID-19, our lives have changed drastically. And that's no exception for the Baylor Fashion Show, which has been canceled.
It's really disappointing that we worked so hard and really had this plan that didn't work out. But I think in the same way, I'm really excited because it's just forcing us to look at this and be so intensely creative. But I think that we can tell their stories more fully now that they're not just limited to a runway.
Designer Lauren James is going through the obstacles of creating her senior collection from home and is missing some of the resources she had access to at the Baylor studio.
The space that we had in the lab at Waco and the different supplies that they offered us, and like we have industrial machines there which are like so nice, and so relearning like how to use my little home sewing machine has definitely been tricky. And I kind of like set up, we have like a little extra room in our house, and so set up a little home studio and got to like bring my table and my sewing machines home from Waco.
As we're all adjusting to this new normal, Lauren's finding new ways to get input on her collection aside from her peers.
It is sad like not being around your peers, and especially like your classmates, because I feel like you just collaborate and we inspire each other and we bounce off each other like so much. So my mom, it's funny, she like knows nothing about sewing, but she tries her best to understand me.
While maneuvering through this pandemic, Alex Davis, a co-director of the show, believes the future of fashion is changing.
It's interesting to watch like the industry itself because a lot of shows are supposed to be happening right now. So I've been looking at a lot of that, just kind of seeing like how designers in the industry are kind of adjusting to that. I think it'll just be something that we'll all be able to relate to, like that time fashion completely changed. There's so many things changing in the industry, and even all the design houses coming together to sew masks and stuff. Like, I think the industry is going to shift a lot.
My theme is celebration. I wanted people to feel celebrated in my clothes, and like life is worth celebrating every day, no matter like what celebration you're celebrating.
Let's bring Lauren's collection to life and live every day in celebration, even throughout this pandemic. For Lariat TV News, reporting for Global News Relay, I'm Julia Lorenz. COVID-19 has most of the world in a state of panic. Regardless of shelter-in-place orders, many people are choosing to stay home due to a fear of getting infected. There are millions of cases, and chances are you may not realize you have the coronavirus and unknowingly spread it to others. Let's hear from one Baylor student who has an asymptomatic case of COVID-19. Coughing, fever, and shortness of breath are some of the most common symptoms of COVID-19. But how do you know if you have it if you're asymptomatic? Baylor junior Tim Irwin tested positive for coronavirus and only experienced one symptom, a loss of taste and smell.
I woke up and just couldn't taste at all, and couldn't smell either. Within a couple of days, I was like, I've never had it last this long, and I've never had a complete lack of taste.
After hearing that a loss of taste and smell could be a symptom of COVID-19, Irwin got tested.
Mr. Irwin's test that we did yesterday for COVID-19 did return positive.
Asymptomatic is a concern, and that's why we want people to stay at home, because you may be at risk at passing this on to other people and just not realize it because you are not, having symptoms, or you don't have those classic symptoms like a fever or difficulty breathing.
A loss of taste and smell causes all food to lose its flavor. Erwin describes eating in one word: boring.
It's just a chore now. Like, you have to eat to stay alive. And like, no matter what I eat, it's going to taste exactly the same. So I've been eating healthier, which is nice.
With COVID-19 comes one common concern. Did you unknowingly infect someone?
I don't think at this point I've infected anyone. And if I have infected anyone, they haven't gotten any symptoms. Certainly something I was worried about early on. Just, you only hang out with the people you like the most. I don't want those people getting corona.
Erwin has been cleared of COVID-19 since April 1st, but the virus left some damage.
There's people that just refuse to be around me. Just won't be in the same room as me. Still out of fear.
His sense of taste and smell are still gone.
I really hope it comes back. Might not.
Stay-at-home orders are being lifted, but COVID-19 will continue to leave a lasting impact.
Even though we're lessening the restrictions, you still need to be aware that it's out there. Social distancing is still the new norm. That wearing a mask or a face covering is still the new norm.
COVID-19 is a complex virus that doctors are still trying to understand. It's important to not live in fear, but still take the proper precautions to navigating this new normal. For Lariat TV News, reporting for Global News Relay, I'm Sarah Gill.
The whole world is in a state of shock, especially young adults who are planning on graduating and starting a new chapter of their lives. LTVN's Igor Stepchinsky interviewed 2 Dallas-Fort Worth entrepreneurs. Igor, can you tell us a little more about this?
That's right. As the spring semester was cut short, so was students' access to priceless on-campus resources. Thankfully, one platform is doing what they can to help with anything from jump-starting careers, eating healthy, to even expert videos on dating during COVID-19.
March 7th, University of Washington. Coronavirus shut down its first large U.S. college. Since then, over 4,000 did the same, impacting almost 26 million students. Graduations were canceled, internships were scrapped, and jobs crashed, leaving young adults coping with severe loss. Thankfully, 2 DFW leaders are lending a helping hand just one click away.
In spite of the physical distance that we all need to take as a precaution right now, this really is a time for us to lean on everyone in our community.
Alex Kean and Greg Weatherford II are co-founders of the nonprofit Young Leaders for Change. Their newest campaign, Let's Thrive Now, is a one-stop shop for young adults desperate for reliable information.
We kind of see it as being able to provide a digital hug. We said, what can we do? And that's when we put our heads together and said, you know what? I think one of the best things you can provide people in a time of uncertainty is accurate information.
What started off as a 30-day service challenge is now a platform of wellness during a time when the world is sick. The website covers an expansive variety of topics with the help of knowledgeable people, some of which are Baylor alumni.
I saw so many of my friends get their lives essentially turned upside down. We really just wanted to find a way to get information and guidance out to young people that they could rely on, because although there is a lot of information out there, it can sometimes be hard as a young person to know what really is the best guide you should refer to.
It's another journey of 2 dedicated leaders putting in time and effort to help you thrive now.
The one thing that I would tell young people to really do is to first think about their mindset, because that really does control everything.
I really hope that young people can really take this as an opportunity to really recenter their lives, take this as a chance to improve and better themselves in some areas that they really have been wanting to work on for a long time.
For Lariat TV News, reporting for Global News Relay, I'm Igor Stepchinsky.
With the majority of Americans working from home, one of the biggest things that COVID-19 is affecting in the United States is the working class. What will a global pandemic do to a capitalistic economy, and how are business owners responding? LTVN's April Odo is reporting from her home in Corona, California, and has the details of what you need to know.
As economists fear a possible recession as the outcome of COVID-19, I spoke with CEO of Turnkey Marketing, Eric Barrison, and the Associate Professor and Chair of the Department of Economics at Baylor University, Charles North, in order to see what these experts had to say about how this will impact our economy.
COVID-19 has made many adjustments to the way in which we are living our lives. But one of the biggest things that it is impacting is the United States economy. What does this mean for Americans?
I think it's, we got to find a way to get the economy running, because any of this stuff just treats the problem, it's like the symptoms and actually not the actual cause. I think we're already in a recession. So this one, I think, is actually worse than 2008. Somehow you can't not eat, you can't not do business. So you got to find some way to be able to do business safely.
With the majority of Americans behind closed doors at home, the working class is struggling to manage business, leading to potential economic damage.
The longer that shelter in place is in place, and the longer that we have restrictions on economic activity, the higher the cost of those restrictions on the economy are going to be, and probably the lesser they will have benefit for saving lives. So there's this sort of declining benefit to stopping the disease. There's an increasing damage to continuing it. We do know that we're seeing huge negative economic consequences of the shelter-in-place orders and other kinds of shutdowns. So how you balance people's livelihoods, especially low-income people, is really very difficult.
For Lariat TV News, reporting for Global News Relay, I'm April Odo.
Sliding into sports, there's a Baylor athlete who is slated to compete in the 2020 Olympics, but his dreams are now dashed as those games were postponed. LTVN's Nate Smith is at his house in Porter, Texas, to give us more.
People on nearly every corner of the globe train endlessly in hopes of one day getting to compete in the Olympic Games. But what does a future Olympian do when there are no Olympics to train for? I caught up with Baylor's Casey Lightfoot to find out.
Baylor's Casey Lightfoot is one of the country's premier collegiate pole vaulters, and he was poised to secure himself a spot on Team USA for this summer's Tokyo Olympics. But unfortunately, not even future Olympians are immune to the effects that COVID-19 has on our lives. Although the postponement of the games didn't come without its fair share of disappointment, Lightfoot has a uniquely positive outlook on the situation.
With anything, you got to find the positives, I think about it as I have another year to prepare for the Olympics. But for me, I'm still young. I'm only 20 years old. So, my body still definitely has places to grow, and I can still mature more and get stronger. And I think I can fix so many things in the vault, because it's never perfect.
Lightfoot holds the Baylor record for indoor pole vault, in addition to being this year's Big 12 indoor pole vault champion, as well as being named to the conference all-indoors team. And even with all the accolades, it's safe to say that the combination of early season success and a global pandemic aren't going to keep him from improving on his craft.
You can't just stop training. You want to stay at the top level, you gotta stay at peak performance pretty much all the time, which is hard. And right now it's even harder because we don't have the facilities to train at. We can't use anything that we do at school. So I'm at home right now just trying to do the old home workouts.
Lightfoot has gotten the opportunity to wear the red, white, and blue before in events like the IAAF World Championships. And it's that taste of getting to compete for Team USA that keeps him coming back for more.
Whenever you actually get to put on the uniform and go out there and jump and just do what you like to do, it's a dream come true, really. The only other one that I really want right now is to be on the Olympic team,
The waiting game has become a large part of everyone's life during the coronavirus outbreak. But for Lightfoot, the wait may not seem so long.
Thankfully, it was only postponed. It could have been canceled, and then we would have had to wait 4 years. So, we only have to wait one. That's nothing. I've been waiting my whole life, so what's one more year?
For Lariat TV News, reporting for Global News Relay, I'm Nate Smith.
The sports industry generates millions of dollars annually from major universities, and the cancellation of spring athletics has rocked not just coaches and players, but sports media and the community as a whole. I talked to multiple Bears and got their perspective on what the last month and a half has looked like. Baylor baseball and softball coaches Steve Rodriguez and Glenn Moore saw their successful seasons end just weeks into the year.
I know this is bigger than softball, and I try to keep that in perspective, but from a softball standpoint, it was devastating because this team was ready to reclaim the position they had been in for quite a few years, and we were well on our way, I think.
It became pretty frustrating for our guys just because, we finally just got started and everything we were feeling pretty good about ourselves, as I think a lot of teams were. And then all of a sudden, it gets pulled out from under you, and now you're like, okay, now what?
And from a player's standpoint, the cancellation of the season was just as devastating.
I actually will never forget the moment where I learned that everything was canceled for the rest of our season. It was really difficult. It felt like a really big loss, and it was even harder not to be able to stand next to my teammates and my coaches whenever we learned that was happening.
And while all spring sport athletes were granted an extra year of eligibility, that can never erase what could have been.
Doing it another year doesn't change the things that we lost with this year. Like, I'll never have this team back. It's a nice opportunity. It's really awesome that they decided to do it, and I'm so grateful. Like, we are very lucky that we were given that chance. But it doesn't give us back the things that we lost from this year.
Aside from players and coaches, the pandemic has even taken a toll on local sports media. For example, Baylor sports talk show host Paul Catalina stared job loss in the face.
I'm okay. I mean, it's fine. It's just that those kind of things, it'll hit you. Oh my God, I don't have a job.
And while Catalina recently joined the new Sikkim 365 radio crew to try and get back to normal, he says that sports will forever be changed.
Whenever COVID-19 is gone and there's a vaccine and all that, everything we do will be different. Are you gonna hand a hot dog down the aisle the same way? Probably not. What is that gonna mean? There's so many things that are gonna come out of this.
Sports as we know it will truly never be the same. For Lariat TV News, reporting for Global News Relay, I'm Drake Toll. And that's all from this special Global News Relay edition of Baylor's Lariat TV News Today.
Thanks for joining us. We'll see you next time.
To watch more of our work, head to BaylorLariat.com. Stay safe and Sikkim Bears.
Hi, I'm Julia. I'm the executive producer of Lariat TV News, which is the student organization broadcast for Baylor. I'm here with Sarah. She is a reporter. We co-anchored the GNR newscast together.
Yes, I'm Sarah.
Hi, Julia.
I'm a broadcast
Hi,
reporter and anchor. Hi.
Okay, so how did you produce a newscast without being in a studio and without the resources normally available because of the coronavirus?
Yeah, definitely. It was hard because usually we have a studio and we're in the newsroom with everybody around. We have writers, reporters, cameras, and all of that was kind of put on a halt. So a lot of our production was used with our phones, and we had to download the video editing softwares on our computers, and there's a lot of video conferences and communication because we're not all together in the same location. We were spread all across the United States, so we really had to get unique and creative with the way we produced the newscast just because we weren't in our normal location. What do you think, Sarah?
Yeah, I think since I also co-anchored the newscast, I think one of the biggest challenges was just making sure that we knew exactly how it was going to go, because we didn't want to get to post-production and have any issues and need to reshoot anything. And so we wanted to make sure that everything would flow together. So we made sure and we recorded, even if Julia wasn't talking, we still recorded her just nodding her head just so that we had that, because normally you would have that. So we had to just think and really make sure that we were critically thinking in aspects of editing.
Yeah, so how did you find stories and perform them during the pandemic and under quarantine?
So obviously, breaking news was the coronavirus, and everybody's in the same situation. We're all quarantining, and with all of this newness comes so many questions, and that's what our main goal was, to search and find answers to those questions. What are our classmates talking about? What are people in our hometowns talking about? And how can we help bring answers? So we interviewed the public health district from our local university location, but we also talked to sports directors and anybody can think of how the coronavirus has changed life as we know it. I interviewed the director of the fashion show that usually happens at school here in Waco. However, because of everything happening, that was no longer able to happen. Sarah had a really unique story. Do you want to explain that?
Yes. So actually, through mutual connections, I found a Baylor student who has an asymptomatic case of COVID-19, which I know, like, even in the news, it's just like asymptomatic cases are really kind of just like a mystery. Nobody really knows. And so it was really cool getting to interview him. But that was also a challenge just because since asymptomatic cases are pretty much a mystery, it's kind of hard to report on it whenever there's not a lot of answers. But it was really interesting, and it was great getting to share his story.
Yeah. So what was your favorite part of the newscast and working with your team while not physically being together?
I would say my favorite part is the communication that we were able to achieve. Obviously, being not anywhere close in proximity was a huge challenge, but we were able to work through that. We were on the phone and video conferences so often, and without having a teleprompter or having a camera person or any of the normal things we had, we were able to kind of figure out how we're gonna achieve while not being in our normal studio, because I just had my iPhone. I didn't even have a video camera or a DSLR. I was working with the bare basics, and I set up a little home studio and set up all my bar stool boxes to put my camera on and grabbed a makeup light to make it work. But we were able to just really work through it with teamwork, you know?
Yes, I would say my favorite part was definitely, I don't know, just like the final product, like the making of it was awesome, but getting to see a final product and like all our communication, all our hard work, like coming together and coming to life, that was really awesome. And even just like, I feel like a challenge really can bring a team closer together just because you are in close communication and you want to make it work. And so you're going to work together to make it happen.
Thank you. Thank you, Julia. Thank you, Sarah.
Thank you.
Thank you. So next we have Fresno State from California.
Hello from Fresno, California. I'm Ashley Goldsmith.
And I'm Cassie Lopez. This is a strange time all over the world. When we first started planning this global newscast in January with students from 15 universities from around the world, COVID-19 was just a blip on the map.
Now it's all anyone is talking about. Our original plan was to bring you stories of young people, Gen Zers, making an impact on the climate crisis. And we still plan to do that.
But many of the stories from our Global News Relay universities have focused on the coronavirus.
The coronavirus, or COVID-19, has made an impact on air quality all over the world. We've seen a dramatic improvement in recent weeks. Satellite data from NASA shows a 30% drop in air pollution over major metropolitan cities, especially in the northeastern United States. Other parts of the world have seen similar reductions. The air quality improvement coincides with lockdowns and shelter-in-place orders because of the coronavirus pandemic. That means fewer cars on the roads, which cuts down on emissions.
The coronavirus has made more people interested in buying electric vehicles. Vincent Automobile Solutions in the UK asked people about their post-pandemic buying plans. They say people are noticing the connection between travel restrictions and improvement in air pollution. Because of the improved air quality, 45% of the people they surveyed said they would consider buying an electric vehicle at the same time. 17% said they'd already decided that their next vehicle would be electric.
Air quality is a big concern in the Central Valley, especially for those with asthma. Jay Stilley and Jonathan Garcia Espinoza show us how commuting around Fresno is not only harmful to people with asthma, but it's also worsening the valley's air quality.
In the age of pollution and people, just breathing can be such a luxury. 21-year-old Moses Espinoza has asthma, and when he says the air quality is bad, he feels it.
This affects me real quick because I'll get tired in a heartbeat because I know my asthma is already a setback on me, and now with the air quality right here is making it at least 2 times more worse on me to be able to keep up with everyone else.
Air quality is always a huge concern for Fresno residents, especially those with asthma. And with the changing climate, people like Espinoza feel like now is the time to do something about the air.
Honestly, I think it has to do with a lot of these factories that have released so much gas out into the air, and so much things that we need to worry about that, such as like cars, older cars that release so much like gas particles into the air, stuff like that.
In recent years, young people from around the world have voiced their concerns about the changes occurring in the climate. Gilbert Garcia is a Fresno State criminology major. He is one of many people in the Central Valley who is worried about air quality. Even though he doesn't have health concerns right now, he's thinking about the future.
But for sure, I know it can hurt me in the long run, but short term, it's not really,
Garcia is concerned that commuting by car, bus, or motorcycle makes things even worse for people with asthma. Even students driving around and out onto campus adds to pollution. Garcia says he's a part of the problem.
I thought about it, taking the bus, but sometimes after school I have work and I need to, get there fairly quick.
But what do we do to fix the air quality and help those with asthma? Fresno State geography professor Sean Boyd explains.
The best possible outcome would be for an aggressive conversion from vehicles that burn fossil fuels to vehicles that use electricity, because then you would be putting less carbon into the atmosphere because you're not burning fossil fuel.
Garcia and Espinoza also recommend that citizens in Fresno make changes to their lifestyles to help improve the environment.
Maybe go more eco-friendly. Instead of going to campus, have more, online classes, stay at home.
Because some of us are still really dying to this day because of this condition. And it's something that will never go away. You just gotta try to take care of it as much as possible and really look into it, because one day you never know, you might end up in the same situation.
A few simple changes to the way we commute can improve the climate and the lives of people with asthma. With Chase Dilley and Jonathan Garcia, Global News Relay.
People can help lessen the impact on the climate by taking the bus, walking, or riding a bike. And that will help clear the air for people who suffer from asthma. Vehicle traffic is blamed for many of the pollution problems in California's Central Valley.
Scientists say that pollution is also causing severe climate change and global warming. The 30-year average temperature in Fresno is 76.9 degrees Fahrenheit, but over the past 5 years, the average temperature has increased to 78.7 degrees, growing up almost 2 full degrees. Scientists blame urbanization. Climate change model projections tell us we can expect dramatic changes over the next decade, and we've already experienced them, such as drought-increased wildfires, more severe storms, decline in air quality, and the loss of native species. People who live in the rural town of Avenel in Central California are blaming a nearby landfill for polluting the air and causing health problems. I talked with a woman who is working to bring her community together in an effort to protect their health.
At the Veterans Memorial Hall in Avenel, City Council and the Avenel landfill team members held a meeting to answer questions residents had about the Avenel landfill. Residents are complaining the landfill is releasing a strong, unforgiving odor, causing the town to constantly smell. The odor from the landfill is polluting the air, which has been causing more health problems for people living in the Avenel area. The residents are demanding the landfill to be shut down. Residents felt that their questions were being unanswered. Erica Garza graduated from Fresno State and is an international journalist. She's the activist and face behind the effort to get the landfill shut down.
In November, we got pictures of medical waste being dumped at the Avenel landfill, and that caused concern, as well as dead chickens.
Garza reached out to Miguel Alatorre, who is a community organizer and policy advocate for Green Action. He helped Garza and her team gather the community. Alatorre agrees with Garza that the landfill must go.
Without the municipal waste landfill there, that Avenel will become a ghost town and will cease to exist, but that's simply not the truth. Just looking at their numbers in terms of their revenue and the profit that dump produces, it is not enough to risk the health of the residents of Avenel.
They chanted in Spanish, "You see it, you feel it, the people are present." They held up signs that said, "Undo the damage, the people united, your trash is not welcome.
We need to elect new city officials. We need officials that truly represent the city, that truly represent the people of Avenel. We need to educate the people of the dangers of having a toxic pollution dump 400 feet from their house.
Garza is upset with how things have changed in her hometown.
And I left with my heart broken because I could not believe that my hometown smelled like that. I had never smelled that smelled anywhere.
Garza says even though she no longer lives in Avenel, her heart never left home. That's why she's here fighting the fight.
And I do it with a lot of love because I want my people to have a true chance to clean air and a true chance to a healthy life. Because without clean air, it's impossible to think that these people are going to have a healthy life.
She started a petition to remove the landfill completely from Avenel and replace it with an attraction that can bring more opportunity for the Avenel community.
We had 3 people start the petition and we have close to 1,500 signatures now.
Garza and the Avenel community are trying to bring back clean air to the town of Avenel.
Avenel is known as one of the most polluted and economically disadvantaged areas in the San Joaquin Valley. According to the Center for Biological Diversity, the organization helped the town stop an illegal permit for a power plant 9 years ago. They haven't had much success with the landfill.
The coronavirus has taken the nation by storm, including here in California's Central Valley. On April 29th, there were more than 520 cases of COVID-19 in Fresno County alone, a fraction of the more than 1 million cases in the U.S. Wyatt Babb and Peter Lopez talked with Valley residents who shared their thoughts about the pandemic.
Isaac Rodriguez, a pediatric specialist with the Community Regional Medical Center, seems to be optimistic when it comes to California's handling of COVID-19.
I think we did a pretty good job with it. I saw some graphs how California had done pretty good to flatten the curve with the whole quarantine process. And I think a lot of people took it pretty serious enough to where it made an impact on the spread.
As a result, Fresno parks are now closed to the general public. CSU Fresno alumnus and probation technician Michael Dela Cruz believes his generation isn't taking it very well.
Oh, they're not doing great at all. I mean, if you look at social media, you see everyone all of a sudden going out and, taking walks on parks and, trying to go to fast food places just to go get something to eat because they can't physically stay at home without, feeling like they're trapped. I feel like with society and the younger generation, they're so in tune to this belief that they're so free to do whatever they want because it's America that for somebody to tell them no, they can't do that, they feel like they're not in control of their lives.
Reporting from Fresno State, I'm Wyatt Babb with Peter Lopez, Global News Relay.
Before COVID-19 happened, youth activists around the world were joining forces demanding a greener and more sustainable planet. Many were inspired by Sweden's climate activist Greta Thunberg, who led the charge. Groups like 99 Roots and the Sunrise Movement have organized at the local level to address smoggy air and contaminated water. Natalie Jones and Sammy Cortez have the story.
Jasmine Levia is an organizer for 99 Roots. It's a youth-based group that is raising awareness about the climate crisis in the Central Valley.
Youth will share stories about they tell my parents not to wash their clothes with the family's clothes because, it's being sprayed.
99 Roots helps young people express their frustrations through art.
One of the projects we did, in Atwater, both sites we did zines. They're DIY, magazines. When we look at people who are fighting to protect water, one of the common motifs is that water is life.
I'm Sammy Cortez. The Sunrise Movement is another group that encourages local government officials to endorse environmentally friendly policies.
The Green New Deal is meant to really revolutionize our economy by creating millions of jobs while going green about it. It's meant to transform our economy in a way that we reduce the climate change.
Members meet every Tuesday in downtown Fresno to brainstorm plans to bring awareness to the climate crisis.
The only way you're ever going to see change, or the only way that anything's ever going to get done here is if we come together.
Young people throughout the valley working together to address the climate crisis with Natalie Jones. I'm Sammy Cortez, Global News Relay.
You can find out more about this green new wave at powercalifornia.org/99roots or sunrisemovement.org.
Another group that is actively making a difference in the climate change movement can be found at Fresno State. I talked with 3 members of the campus sustainability club to find out what they're doing to promote greener living.
My name's Marissa Costa.
My name is Michael Mayfield.
My name is Fang.
And I am an environmental science major.
I am a graduated major in environmental science.
My major is geology.
I am the president of the Fresno State Sustainability Club.
There was an outside group that came in called the Climate Center, and I work with their Clean Power Exchange program to help bring solar in the Central Valley. Sustainability is one of those buzzwords that we see all the time.
I would say sustainability is something that is like, you think about it in the long term.
We're really thinking about not using your resources faster than they come to you.
How we in the club interpreted it, it's mostly actions that allow us to live a lifestyle that can be sustained in the future.
Sustainability in agriculture, which is a really hot topic on our campus. You have a set amount of water. You don't want to be using more water than you have. So it's this idea of kind of realizing what the balance is, how you can just be more mindful about how you're using your resources.
I think Fresno and the Central Valley and this area in general, including our campus, have been working really hard towards creating a more sustainable environment. We've gotten recycle bins on campus, community groups like Citizens Climate Lobby, Leadership Council for Justice and Accountability. They all partake in helping inform the public about sustainability.
In terms of the geologic record, we've never seen this much carbon put into our atmosphere and then gone into our oceans. That's completely new. But I think what we need to remember is that we can still make a change.
I've done a lot more research in the products that I do purchase, making sure that they last, making sure that they're coming from like sustainable sources, and I just try to keep a conscious mind.
None of us in the club are perfect examples of the ideal human being. We all carry our water bottles and we try to take smaller showers and whatnot, but really the biggest part is just being part of the conversation.
I would just tell other college students that in order to maintain a sustainable lifestyle, you just have to take that first step.
I find that, with my own actions in the club, that I'm able to inspire my friends. Sometimes my friends will tell me, hey, I didn't use a plastic straw today, and that's a very small thing, but those small things add up, and that's the idea about sustainability that we like to spread to people, that small actions do make a difference.
The Sustainability Club continues to meet by Zoom and engage students through things such as their Digital Earth Day event. That's our report from Fresno State. I'm Ashley Goldsmith.
And I'm Cassie Lopez. Now back to Hong Kong, Baptist University.
Hi, Ashley and
I'm so sorry, we had some technical difficulties, but we are here. Cassidy, are you here with me? Yes, I see you.
Hi. So, what strategies did you use on your project to overcome stay-at-home and shelter order?
Cassidy, go ahead and take that one.
So I think one of the best strategies we've used as a class as a whole is we've helped each other out by getting extra shots. We've often helped each other out with getting extra sources, and by coming together as a class, I feel like that's what really pushed us and helped us get our stories together.
I see. So we noticed a lot of people in the United States are protesting the stay-at-home order. What effect has that had on the spread of the virus actually?
So I've been doing research on this, and I haven't found specific data on whether or not and how specifically it's furthering the spread. But as you see photos, even just in California where we are in Los Angeles and on the beaches, there are a lot of people gathering in close quarters without masks and definitely closer than 6 feet apart. So that is in complete opposition to the standards that are set by health officials, and definitely is likely to spread the virus.
I see. What did you learn about climate change that impacted you personally?
For me personally, I learned a lot about air pollution and how much it's impacted not only a person, but a whole community. And that was really eye-opening. I didn't realize how much of an impact it could have on like a whole town, whereas I thought it was just people with like breathing problems and asthma and stuff, but it really is traumatizing to a lot of people, and that was really eye-opening.
I see. So, what changes did the university implement to control the effects of the coronavirus?
So Fresno State went to all online learning it's been almost 2 months. I also am a student employee at Fresno State, and so many of us are working remotely. I'd say the biggest change is that they tried to have as many employees work from home. They closed the library eventually and many services, non-essential services on campus to try to limit contact with other individuals.
I see. Thanks for your sharing.
Yes, thanks for having us.
So, thank you all for being here with us during this special period.
This year is a challenging year for Global News Relay. We stay home rather than in the studio for the show, but we adapt and change our usual practice accordingly. The pandemic has shown us that certain issues can only be solved with global cooperation.
In 2016, at least 55 signatories to the Paris Agreement promised to try to limit global temperature rise to no more than 2 degrees Celsius in this century. That is just one example of such cooperation. And here at Global News Relay, we will continue to work with students around the world to report on the issues that impact all of us. Thank you for watching and goodbye. Stay strong and stay healthy.
Hi, everybody. I'm Faith Sidlow, and I am a professor at Fresno State in California. I'm joined here by my colleagues in the Global News Relay. I'm going to introduce my co-moderator, Dan Seed.
Thanks, Faith. My name is Dan Seed. I'm a lecturer at Texas State University in San Marcos, Texas, and I used to work in television news and teach visual storytelling, media management, and television news.
And the rest of our colleagues here who are our panelists today, as we talk about the disruption of news and education, starting with Marion from Ryerson University.
Hi, I'm Marion Kumi. I'm with Ryerson University in Toronto, Canada, and I teach an international media production course where we work with students all around the world, as we do also with the Global News Relay that we're talking about today. And I spent many years with the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation in television and radio news.
Hi, I'm Jenny Lam. I'm with Hong Kong Baptist University. I'm a lecturer in broadcast journalism and investigative journalism. Before I started teaching, I was in broadcast news myself.
And I'll go. April from Breda.
Hi, I'm April de Haas. I am in Breda, the Netherlands. I teach at Breda University of Applied Sciences, but I'm actually Canadian from Toronto and have been here for about a decade. and I teach television production. So I join projects like Global News Relay, Marion's Global Campus Studio, and I also teach documentary producing, international producing. And before teaching, I worked for many years live studio productions for MTV, Nickelodeon, and corporations.
And Sally?
Hello, I'm Sally and I'm from the University of the West of England in Bristol, UK. I'm a senior lecturer in journalism. I teach mainly media law and ethics at the moment. And in a past life, I worked in television news for Reuters Television, Associated Press Television News, and Sky News.
Kelly?
Hi, I'm Kelly Kaufeld. I work with Dan Seed at Texas State University. I was a journalist in all different platforms, print, mostly in television. I teach multimedia journalism, data journalism, and I teach very much now with smartphones. I taught a course that I created called Storytelling by Smartphone. Using cell phones for video and multimedia production is now a central part of all the courses I teach.
Fred?
Hi, I'm Fred Mudai. I'm course director of MA Global Journalism and Public Relations, and I've been working at Coventry University since 2004. Before joining Coventry University, I did my studies at Nottingham Trent University and Leeds University, but before that, I was working as a journalist with the Standard Media Group in Nairobi, Kenya, and I also had a stint with the Voice of America.
Thanks. Hi, Dev.
Hey, I'm Dave, and I'm from Asian College of Journalism in Chennai, and I teach new media, which includes the intersection of technology and storytelling. And what I mean by that, it includes virtual reality, augmented reality, drone journalism, and we are into bots, chatbots. Then we, as part of a module, we work with a lot of universities around the world, and there's wonderful programs, and Faith and I have been working together for a lot of other collaborations, which we hope to include you guys as well in the next iterations. It is called Pop-Up Newsroom. Then good to actually have you around here.
Thanks. Andrew?
Yeah, hello, Andrew Lindsay. TV and print background mainly, and a lot of radio too. So I worked for ITV here in the UK for about 8 years, BBC since 2012. I still work for them mainly on World Service and World News TV, but mainly for the University of Salford, whom I'm representing today. So I've been there about 6 years.
Thanks. And right up the road from Kelly and myself is Bruce Geetson at Baylor University. Bruce, how are you?
I'm good. And sorry I just joined in here late, but glad to be a part of this. Thank you for inviting me. And I'm the director of student media here at Baylor. I oversee all the student media and publications, including this growing broadcast group that we had. So this was quite an exercise doing this year, and appreciate y'all's support. And just finished meeting with our executive producer about some of the challenges we faced, and I was very happy. It was a great learning experience for them.
Thanks, Bruce.
All right. Well, as you know, we have all been having something in common, and that is that in one way or another, we've been sheltering in place, or maybe we've been in quarantine or isolation. It's happened at different times around the world. Depending on where you live, you are experiencing it in a different way, but definitely we all have similarities. I'm going to start with Jenny. And Jenny, you, I think, probably out of all of us experienced COVID-19 first with the university, the Hong Kong Baptist University, basically virtually, really literally being shut down as you were trying to organize the Global News Relay, which you did do while sheltering in place. Talk to us a little bit about that.
So yeah, we were initially going to do a Global News Relay back in March, if you remember. We had been, we were kicked off our campus basically last week of January. So it was Chinese New Year. We couldn't go back after Chinese New Year holiday, which was the beginning of February. And I really, at that point, lost confidence in getting everybody together for Global News Relay. But during that time, we went online. And by the way, here in Hong Kong, we were also off our campus for half of the previous semester because of the protests here. So we had already been teaching on Zoom. But this semester, we were able to, I had to come up with ways to teach an advanced broadcast class, how to do a newscast without the studio, how to get everybody to pitch. And the main thing with Global News Relay and my classes were the students were unable to go out and film footage for their stories. So I basically, had to say to them, just find whatever you can online. The purpose of your learning is to use footage to tell stories. Too bad if you can't actually go and film them. Are you going to share the video?
Yes, actually, right this moment, I am trying to get that audio to work as I share it. But I think what I'm going to do is I'm just going to play it, and you can talk about it, okay? Because the audio is not going to work. So stand by just one moment, and we will do that.
So what Faith hopefully will bring up was it was actually a news anchoring class in which the students were supposed to learn how to use a chroma key to present a local election. So we couldn't do any of that. We the university didn't want us to put the students in harm's way. So we set up this chroma key, and this was just using Google Earth Studio and Prezi, a combination of the two. So this, what you're looking at right now, he made a Prezi, and then he stuck it onto a chroma key, and a combination of also Adobe After Effects. And this was the chroma key set up in my daughter's room, and there they are. Well, it wasn't the best of chroma key, obviously because of the lack of depth in the room, but we didn't have another room. This was the students doing a newscast on Zoom. This was the beginning. So the footage is all filmed with cameras, and then we just got better and we just became more confident. So we started making a trailer, and this was one of my students later in the semester. So we have a 13-week semester. We just learned more and more and became more and more confident during the stuff. Yeah. So.
And I'll jump in here. So in terms of your end, Jenny, once you got past the initial shutdown and then, modifying how you go about doing this, what challenges did you all face coordinating the Global News Relay and dealing with just everybody kind of getting hit by this as it unfolded throughout the spring?
I think that the communication, and that's everybody when we were having a good time. I just needed to put that in. I think the communication got a little bit confusing. So here in Asia, we use WhatsApp a lot. So me and my students prefer to use that. And then we found that, other people don't use that, or they're unfamiliar with how this platform works. Some people prefer email. And so that part was a little bit tricky. But, we got it together. Yeah. The Zoom was using the Zoom was a learning curve for everybody as well. At one point, I had to call my IT people at the university and say, hey, how do I stream it to Facebook? And they were like, I don't know. We have never done it either. So we figured it out. And then we had a lot of fun with the virtual set. Some of my students had Hogwarts as a virtual set. I don't know if you've seen the movie Parasite. I had that. This is real. This is real. And I think, I think I also teach an investigative journalism class. That class was much easier than the broadcast class because that mainly involved a lot of search tools on the computer. So it was just a case of sharing my screen with them. But with broadcasting, it was tricky. And I think that I felt bad that the students, they came to our university looking forward to that experience of using the studio. And they didn't get it, really. I mean, how does everybody feel about that?
Yeah, I was gonna say let's open that up, because Jenny's challenges that she mentioned, I think, are ones that we all share. So who wants to jump in and discuss some of the production challenges that you all had in completing the Global News Relay?
Can I just jump in very briefly? In the case of Coventry University, we had fortunately advised the students to do their stories sooner rather than later. As soon as we started hearing of reports of COVID-19 virus in China, we heard about the change of the submission dates and the transmission date. We said, we are not going to wait until close to the deadline. So can we get this done and dusted? We had initially scheduled our studio recording on the 2nd of March, and we said we are going to go ahead with that. And we did go ahead with that, and we had our recording in the studio on the 2nd of March. So, but we had some issues with the, we needed to check some consent issues as well as do some fine tuning. So we were in a bit of a better position. But still, our students were rather confused because of the constant changes. But as far as the actual packaging of GNR, we were in a better position.
And let me just bounce to Sally, then I'll get to Marion and Kelly. Sally, you finished early as well, but encountered a completely different issue, one that probably most of us have never really thought of.
Yes, for once we were early and we had it beautifully cut together. We went ahead and shot all the studio links, and the edit was virtually finished, and then we shut down so quickly that we didn't get it off the server, and then it was locked in. So we had to kind of reconstruct the whole piece. Luckily, people had their packages saved elsewhere, so we could bring those together, and then we reshot the links, as you'll see when the GNR goes out in somebody's bedroom. Having updated the script and then put in some of our new lockdown pieces. So it was a really fantastic effort by the students to kind of think creatively about how we can reconstruct this in the best way possible. And I think it looks good in the end, but that was something we had never thought of, and it also is a lesson. Always back up.
Yeah, certainly. Definitely a good practice going forward, one that we at Texas State definitely hadn't thought of. Marion?
We were halfway through our semester when the shutdown came. So the Global News Relay stories, they had done a first cut. And in the real world, I would have told them all the things that were wrong with them and made them go out and do more shooting. But then we were stuck at home. So they are not of the quality that I would have expected or they would have expected. So they had to go online and find, so some of the stories about recycling, and then are the images they're finding online copyright protected? Are they allowed to use them or not use them? That was kind of going on with it as well. And some of the interviews they did had audio problems in them, but they couldn't go back and reshoot them. In 2020 hindsight, I wished that I'd said to them, contact the person you interviewed and interview them on Zoom and use that instead, which I didn't.
In April, earlier, when we were discussing just kind of the confusion of the situation and the confusion of students, you were nodding pretty vehemently there. Can you talk about that?
I think part of the reason why I'm so much in agreement is because we had actually been working on 3 of these different initiatives. Global News Relay, there was another one called Earth Day, Global Earth Day Live, and based out of Leeds, and Marion's Global Studio Network. So I had 20 students all working on different projects, and they were just falling apart one at a time. And I was scrambling, of course, to come up with, new projects, and indeed, like everyone else, they had things half shot. So there was a lot of confusion with students, which is why it's so satisfying to sit here now when actually 2 of the 3 projects came to fruition, and indeed they weren't of the same quality, but we still delivered a show in these times, which is absolutely amazing.
And it's a great learning experience, right? That everybody's having to do this professionally, and now students are being forced to do that in that same real world environment. Let's shift a little bit here, because part of the discussion is about this idea of online education, and we're all in that same boat of moving online. We've all had these stories about challenges and moving online. Let's discuss this disruption in education and give some of your initial challenges that you faced about going online with these production heavy classes, and then how you all readjusted throughout the semester to have some takeaways going forward. And I'll open this up to anybody that just wants to jump in here. Kelly?
Oh, Marion can go first. I don't mind.
I was just going to say, one of the sort of humorous but strange things I think happened for a lot of us is students who were not willing to turn their cameras on when they came to class, mostly because they're in their pajamas in bed. And how you don't know if your students are there or not there, listening or not listening. And I told them all in advance, do your hair, put your clothes on. I want to see you. I want your participation, and it's not. So that was certainly an interesting challenge. How do you get them engaged when you don't know if their camera's not on?
Kelly?
Marion, we taught our classes in our pajamas, so I don't see what it was validating for the students to see professionals using Zoom and quarantined at home. And some of my former students are now news anchors, news reporters, and they shared their perspective. I got lucky in a sense. We met with our students about GNR right before spring break. Then they went on spring break second week in March. Then that got extended to 2 weeks. And then, of course, we shut down in that second week, so never came back. But I think Deb does a lot of the same thing I do. I had spent the first 6 or 7 weeks of my course teaching my students in a video production class. Dan does some similar things, how to do all of these projects on their cell phones, and Tyler on their cell phones, including editing and publishing finished videos. We went on spring break, they never came back. They didn't have access to cameras. I got lucky because my students, just because of what I'd managed to show them before, were tuned up to finish the semester entirely on their phones. So we've gotten some pretty remarkable projects that way. Shockingly, I think that's going to be a big part of the future of video production.
Yeah, and that's a great point, and one I want to get into. Fred did raise his hand though, so Fred, I want to give you an opportunity to jump in here.
Okay. I would just like to say that in our case at Coventry University, it happens that the university has had policies in relation to use of online teaching and online learning. So that made it a bit easier for us when we transitioned into online learning, because straight away we were using Microsoft Office, and we were able to have editorial meetings to discuss the footage and other aspects, because we were also working on another project, magazine project. So the challenge we faced was that not all students were turning up. Probably just slightly over 50% of the students were turning up. We faced the same issue of some students not turning their cameras on, but for us it wasn't that necessary. The most useful aspect of this was when I sat down for a Teams meeting, about 3 hours of Teams meeting in one day, broken into 2 Teams meetings, where I was with the student editor and the our technician, and we did some of the final editing on Teams. He was able to share some of the the footage and the audio, and somehow that worked for us. Can I just add that regarding what Sally said earlier about footage, again, we tend to use Moodle customed for our university, and the university came up with a policy of saving everything on Office 365, which has about 1 terabyte storage for every user. So all our footage and packages were stored on Office 365, which means as soon as the university closed without a notice, and all of us were able to access our Office 365 storage space, and we used that for teaching and sharing students' resources as well.
I see in our chat here that April and Sally both chimed in that you had better attendance or stronger attendance during online. What in terms of engagement, how did you engage students to maybe draw them out of the woodwork to get them to come into class online?
I think sometimes it's easier if you don't have to get on a bus. You can just roll out of bed and be in class, which is good. Also, I think a lot of students interact in those ways anyway. We use Collaborate for quite a lot of teaching here. I don't know if other people have used it, where, again, I was giving lectures in which they could see and hear me, but I can't see or hear them during the lecture, but they can add comments. And so they were sort of asking questions about the lecture as we were going through. And then at the end, we can then answer, it sort of captures all the engagement that they're thinking of. Normally in a lecture, they wouldn't be able to sort of ask a question right in the middle, but they can using this online tool. So it actually was a kind of more engaging experience for them, I think. And for news days, we've been doing a lot of, they've been running entirely virtually, and a lot of, for some reason, we've had 100% attendance and engagement on some of those days, which we wouldn't have necessarily in normal times. It's an interesting bit of research going forward, I think, to see what is it about this kind of teaching that actually works better for some students.
And I don't know if you found, I was having a lot of one-to-one Zoom meetings with students. We would have our classes, and I found there are a lot of the quieter students that I got to know a lot better, because from my living room to their living room, and they're not having to compete with any of the other students to talk. And then we would share the Google Drive. If they were working on a script, we would work on the script together. So I found that very helpful.
I have that same experience. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Just quickly, that the only thing about those one-on-one meetings and all of this collaboration, and it was just a complete frenzy at the beginning. And while attendance is better and we are able to teach a lot of what we do, the workload with those one-on-one meetings has me personally destroyed at the end of the day, because my hours are doubled at least. And I think the same goes for students because they have that kind of access. At the same token, it's still really satisfying because you are reaching those quieter students, and you're delivering better, more concise advice.
Bruce?
Thanks, Kelly. We were in the same boat that you were, Kelly, here in Waco, and that the spring break got extended a week, and then they said, no, we're not going to allow students back on campus. And the students were kind of trying to figure out how are we going to do our classes, and the professors were trying to figure out how to teach online because that wasn't the normal mode here. And so there was a week there after spring break. We stopped doing our weekly newscasts that we tape on Friday mornings, but we still told students, you still got to produce content and populate our website, digital with both print and broadcast. And so it took them about a week to get into that mode where they're saying, hey, we've got to do this. And they started producing some stories, but I had about 50% participation because some of them weren't quite sure. They liked the face-to-face interaction with people with stories, and they were having a hard time adapting to that. And then we got a project kind of dumped on our plate early in April, and they gave us a week to produce some student election debates for student body president and internal and external vice presidents. And they came to our students and said, we'd like you guys to do that, student government. And our students, well, that'll be fun. I said, well, wait a minute. Let's plan this out. And in the back of our mind, the Global News Network was always lurking, and they hadn't made a decision on that. So in a week, they produced, and it was all done via Zoom. It was virtual, these student body debates. And then we had our weekly meeting right after that. And I said, hey, good job on that, guys. We've got to make a decision on Global News Relay. And this was around the middle of April. And surprisingly, I thought they were going to say, well, it's too much work. We're too tired. You guys had opened it up to COVID to do those stories too. And they were more excited about that than the Earth Day. And they unanimously, I say unanimously, there's 9 students in my broadcast lab, but they said, yeah, we want to do GNR. I said, okay. We started going through the stories and the rundowns and how are you going to do it? And then we put it on our managing editor and executive producer. How are you going to piece that together with split screens and Premiere and all that? We weren't able to use a studio that we normally had. And so that was a real challenge for them as well. But I think one of the positives out of this is it opened eyes to the students that now you've got a new incremental interview stream or video stream. You've got people on this campus, sometimes we call, can we do interviews? And they'd get the deer in the headlights about having a TV camera in front of them. They're a lot more comfortable talking to a computer now because they're so used to doing so much Zoom or WebEx or Teams or whatever it is, that now I think it will be easier for students in the future to get these type of interviews, and it'll be more accepted by journalists to say, hey, this is how we got the video and how we talk to them, because you see the networks doing it all the time. So I think long-term, it's going to be a big positive.
We had a similar experience. In fact, some of our shy students who got deer in the headlights also preferred doing interviews. So I ended up doing some tutorials that I never intended to do starting in late March, which was here's how you can host a Zoom meeting. I sent tutorials with videos, showed them how to be a host, how to record, certain tips in there. Then one of the problems we had was you couldn't shoot B-roll, right? So I teased early in the semester, there are different kinds of shots. One is the reversal or cutaway. You don't get paid enough for those shots. But then I said, guess what? You've been promoted. Now that you can't go out and shoot B-roll, you do make enough for cutaways. And here's how you use your cell phone to shoot a cutaway of you doing an interview with Zoom so that you can edit around jump cuts. I showed them tools in Premiere that I never thought I'd have to show, like transitional tools. And then a great thing about Zoom for one-on-one meetings, and Marion alluded to this, the one-on-ones, and so did April. But I was able to have students share their screen, and it was just like I was looking over their shoulder with technology. They had a problem with Adobe Audition, Adobe Premiere. Here's how you fix that. Show me your screen, and I'm going to talk you step by step through how to do it. So Zoom was actually a terrific tool in that sense. That was very much like a live lab.
So Kelly, sorry, so Jenny.
Yeah, so one of the problems that we're actually still having is our senior students. They have to complete a graduation project. I think that the problem with doing everything online is two things. It depends a lot on the capacity of your computer, and secondly, the how well the student can handle technology, and that there's a discrepancy. There's a difference. I have students who beg to go back to the campus to use the Premiere because their own computer cannot handle all that video footage. Another very big problem we have here in Hong Kong is that we have some students who are in mainland China, and they don't have they can use Zoom, but they cannot use Google. So we couldn't share a lot of the stuff that we have on our G Drive with them. When we ask them to do certain things in the internet, they have to use a VPN, which, by the way, is illegal and can get them into trouble. So that inequality was something that we had to bear in mind.
That's something that we had.
Can I jump in?
Yeah, Dev.
Yeah, actually, this has been, the lockdown started a little late here in India. This has been quite an eye-opener for a lot of us, particularly for me, in the sense that I do a lot of, high-end technical thing. For example, I never thought I'd be able to teach interactive virtual reality and augmented reality, or gamification, then chatbot. And these are very highly technical things. I never thought I'd be able to actually deal with the students on Zoom, trying to teach them this. The learning curve is except drones. You can practically teach anything on Zoom. So what we used was a combination. Now we started with Blue Jeans. Then we were not comfortable with Blue Jeans. Then we used a combination of Zoom for face-to-face meetings, for just live meetings. Then along with that, we used a web platform called EC Class. I don't know how many of you are familiar with the Google Classroom. This is pretty much like Google Classroom. Google Classroom is, of course, I would highly recommend Google Classroom or a EC Class along with Zoom. So you can keep assignment, and people who are not comfortable with cameras, and a lot of people are not comfortable with cameras, they can actually get on with the one-on-one interaction, have one-on-one interaction with the professor in the by way of text, which other people don't get to see. Then somebody else mentioned, I found the attendance under 100% for a change when they're home. And another experience I would like to share with this. I found people who are usually very, very, just introvert type, and the creativity that, when they are in their own space, when they are in their comfort zone. And a lot of them were very, very much more creative than in the classroom. So that is one of the eye opener for me. Then I can show you, just can I share my screen? Something we did.
Yeah, go for it. Yep.
Share my screen.
Yes.
So, yeah. For example, so we do something like so we do something say interactive VR news reporting or newscasters in 360. So something like this. I never thought I'd be able to do this.
Hold.
Okay.
Dev, hold on
Yeah.
one second.
For example, something like this.
Only
Dev,
Dan can share their screen.
Yeah, I need to get this set here. My apologies.
No worries. So we send out people for reporting, and when they come back with the reports, and this is one of the things we actually use with the footage, leftover footage of what we had into a 360. Can you see my screen?
No, right now we can't. I'm trying to get it set.
You can see that. Can you see my screen? Okay.
Let me see if I can do it again. It says right now, let's see, try one more time, Devin, see if you can do it. It says that you should be able to. You may have to double click.
Okay. Do you want me to come back? Okay, already. Yeah.
Try one more time.
Can I do it again?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Things are a little bit different when you are actually taking it live than when you practice. So we have the, there we go.
There we go.
Got it. Yeah, okay.
Yeah. So here we have, say this is the interactive experience. This is how we do newscaster. So when you have, say, different people can experience this differently. So the user is in control, and the user can actually, this looks a little odd. So when the user reads it and watches it, and this is actually the interactive, you create in 360 create interactive hotspots where this will express it to you. So by gazing at it, you don't click on it. You gaze on the and it takes you to another 360. So 360, and we have 3 reporters lined up inside that 360. You can see that. Okay, reporter and that reporter starts reporting. And here the user is in control. You can go back to the expressive menu again by looking at that button, or the user can go back to the home screen.
That's very cool.
Yeah, it's very cool. One thing that has been brought up here as Dev was talking, which that was really interesting to see in the use of VR and how you're able to use that during this time, is this discussion, and I think this goes back to equity that Jenny brought up with students, that we just assume you've got the internet, we just assume you've got a good computer, we just assume that you're going to be able to run programs like Avid or Adobe Premiere. Going forward, what would you like to see happen maybe at your universities, or not to get too specific, but going forward maybe in general, to help students or your programs shore up in case something like this happens again, so that students have access to computers that are able to run programs like Premiere away from the university?
Yeah, that's a hard one because when they're at school, they use the Mac, like a big Mac. Obviously, many of them cannot afford that at home. How to make it more equal? Well, I mean, here in Hong Kong, I know some of the very wealthy private schools, I'm talking about high schools, they started giving the students or lending them computers, but I'm not sure if universities can do that.
That was going to be my suggestion, to allow students to borrow equipment to bring it home.
Because another issue that comes up is the students all have their mobile phones, but in their home when they're back living with their parents, there may be one laptop at home. Well, mom and dad may both be working from home. Younger brother and sister may both be having to do online learning from home. And then we're all saying to them, this is your class time and you have to be there. So I was having a lot of students using their mobile phones to attend their classes, and then the quality wasn't necessarily as good. So, those were issues that everyone was having to deal with in Canada, and I'm sure where you are as well.
And
It's
Fred,
also-
I saw you raised your hand.
Yes, again, fortunately, for Coventry University, for our undergraduate students, they are provided with state-of-the-art Mac laptop, which is preloaded with Adobe Creative Suite and other software when they join in the first year, which they have co-own with the university for the 3 years of their study, and then it gets transferred to them at the end of their 3 years with no additional fee. So it is one of the facilities that the universities provide. So different departments offer different facilities, but in the case of the School of Media and Performing Arts, which is where journalism and media production and other similar courses are based, it is the laptop, Apple Mac laptop that is offered. In the case of postgraduate students, similar offer is not made, but they are, if students come with their own personal laptop, the university provides Adobe Creative Suite. We only, and I teach postgraduate level, the master's degree. All of our students didn't have an issue with editing using Premiere Pro, but except one. So, that's the kind of provision that we provide.
Very good. And then Kelly, you had your hand up.
Brad, on that same topic, it's a great point, which we just encountered. So our department for summer, our summer classes start 1st of June, we recognize that was a problem just in the last few weeks. It emerged as a problem again that we hadn't thought of, because they had access to state-of-the-art computer labs on campus. Now they don't. And so all of a sudden they're running into the same problem at home. So we have arranged for students to have access to Creative Cloud software, but also we're getting dozens of new MacBook Pros, MacBook Airs, that students will be able to check out on an as-needed basis starting in summer 1. That's a brand new offering from our university because of this problem that we hadn't anticipated. So you were ahead of the curve. That was smart.
And I know that we've talked about a lot of the resources that we have for students at universities that have resources, but what about those universities that don't have resources?
I was mentioning in the project that I work on called the Global Campus Studio Live, one of our partners is Johannesburg in South Africa. Many of the students from there, when the university shut down, they live in more rural areas. They don't have laptops at home and there's no Wi-Fi. The data costs are really high. So the show that we did with them, they landed up having to sort of put it together on their own in bits and pieces, and they were just sort of assembling it. However, any student was able to assemble their part and then put them together. So we weren't able to do it live or even live to tape because their students simply didn't have access to Wi-Fi and they didn't have access to computers.
And also, I think, April, you mentioned something about Adobe Creative Suite.
Free to all students, but then again, it's very early into the crisis. We got word that they were making it completely free. And I just wanted to, but then again, it's do they have that? I now have students coming to me because we've wrapped our and I just wanted to on the back of Marion quickly say we are now entering new semester. They're actually coming and pitching me what we should do in the next semester with lack of equipment and lack of. We are now entering new semester. They're actually coming and pitching me what we should do in the next semester with lack of equipment and lack of laptops, and I've received 3 or 4 different ideas. So I was actually, we were going to be just kind of a news show, and I've approached great today type news show, take part in that. So they're coming and pitching me just how they can use the technology. So they're already today type news show how they can do it. So they're coming and pitching me how they can use the technology. So they're already innovating and thinking how they can do it.
In addition
so
to
they're making my job easier.
Something that I've noticed about the students, and they really haven't wanted to give up. I do have a video that I wanted to show you that it's just a very brief little video. I do have some of the things that they did to show you that, and I'm going to see if I can make this very brief little video of what some of the things that they did start out with, and I'm going to see if I can make this just a little bit of.
I'm Nadia Gonzalez.
And I'm Hector Mendoza. We're in a sort of Super Tuesday hangover.
Even though the numbers speak to a win for Dyer, he's not yet made a formal announcement.
Tomorrow, we're gonna be at a high 82, and then that's gonna be our hottest temperature this week.
Live from the Save Mart Center, Zion Goodman, Fresno State Focus.
Here we go again. There we go, there's 3.
Where's Melissa?
I'm working on it.
Sorry.
I don't know if I can do 4.
You can move me out of there.
Yeah.
Wow, go team.
Something I learned, I feel like we all learned from COVID is that use all the resources available, whether it's YouTube, whether it's social media, or anything out there. You just gotta ask, and you just gotta tell yourself, oh, maybe I could use this for my story. This has made me a bigger person, so I've learned a lot. I told myself to make a schedule to continue learning, because only because this disease is going on, that doesn't mean that I have to stop learning.
We ended up doing 9 newscasts in total. 3 of them were in the studio, 6 were in their bedrooms, and basically they just learned how to make things work. I don't know if you did hear what Gio was saying. He learned how to be resourceful, and that's not something our students typically learn during a normal school year.
Yeah, I agree. I think everyone learned so much how to adapt, and then because they were also seeing in the professional news, them all adapting in the same way and seeing how everyone out there in the regular broadcast world was doing it. And, also some of the things that they are so good at with TikTok and Instagram, I found my students adapted very quickly to saying, oh, I can take my mobile phone out and I can do a selfie video and, do stand-up reports in live locations. They went out on the streets and got all kinds of shots of empty streets and closed businesses and closed restaurants. And so, yeah, those skills they really adapted to. And also then, for my students who don't watch television, it was a way for them to also learn how accessible news is on the good old-fashioned television that their parents watch, and now they're using their modern skills and they're watching. This is video of when we're in our studio. So this is the Global Campus Studio, and you can see this is one we did with Fresno and Brazil and London and Scotland and some of the other countries that we work with. So we're normally in our studio with using Skype for broadcast. This is our Studio B control room. And then I don't know if the screen grab is there. And there we were doing Global Campus Studio live. The show is called The New Normal. These are Faith's 2 hosts at the bottom there. So this was one show we did with just Toronto, and there are the students from Jenny's Hong Kong students, and we had Tel Aviv in Russia, and so all over the world. And it was, in many ways, it was more seamless. I don't know, April and Jenny and Faith, who are all part of it, if you agree. It was relatively seamless, and but we didn't do it live. So we made the decision, as opposed to going live, we recorded it, and I had a student editor, and after the shows were over, he edited in the lower thirds, and he edited in all kinds of graphics and B-roll, and then it took a long time to export because he's using his home laptop. But within about 4 or 5 days of shooting the shows, we turned them all around and sent them out on Facebook and YouTube. It was a great experience.
Yes. I was going to say that too. It used to be so important to us to have everything live. And then once COVID-19 hit, post-production was our friend. Everything was done in post. We really did not find a adequate streaming service or adequate platform to actually produce the show live. And I know Marion, my engineers, Terry Dolph and Eli, they worked with your engineers at Ryerson University to try to figure out one platform that we could use to make it all happen, and we just haven't been able to do that yet.
We worked on something called Studio 10, which is a virtual control room. But the problem, even when we did a test case with several locations within Toronto, the audio and video quality was not as good as Zoom. And it allowed you to do a lot more things that you could do in a real control room. But we made the decision to go with Zoom because he couldn't get the quality control he needed on that particular platform.
Yeah, I would suggest Be Live. We've been doing this from different countries, say 8 to 12 countries for the last 5 years using a technology called Be Live TV. And you can bring in the lower third and the entire PCR, and Faith has been part of this for the last 2-3 years. And we have this like pop-up newsroom. We just like this global newsroom, we just go live. So we do that three times in a year, and the last one was International Women's Day on March 8th, and we went live with women's activists from 17 different countries, including Afghanistan. People's like in Afghanistan, and we talk about internet connectivity, but we managed to pull it off. Another thing I would like to bring about is like I texted in the chat. What we find in India is the mobile technology is a great leveler. You don't need to have a fancy Mac to be able to produce a broadcast quality product. For example, like I said, the chroma key thing can easily be done like this on KineMaster, and it can be taught on Zoom. And you can have what I say, the quality people talk about when you're talking about mobile technology, talk about the broadcast quality. So, for example, the last time I touched a broadcast camera was 18 years ago. So, if you give that camera to me, it will be horrible. So, don't blame the camera for that. Blame me for that. So, if somebody is not able to produce a broadcast quality product with the phone, that person doesn't know how to use it. That's my point. Okay? Like giving me a broadcast camera and asking and expecting a high quality broadcast quality product, which I'm not comfortable doing that.
Deb, we have a couple.
So I think mobile technology is a level the playing field.
Dave, we have a couple of questions for you. Kelly has asked if you please share the name of the online tool that you use, and also the name of the app that you use for going live.
Yeah, going live, Be Live TV, BeLive.tv, which you get a 14-day free version. So Faith, you're more familiar with, because we've done it for 4 or 5, and you can actually bring in pre-packaged live as well as pre-packaged product, pre-packaged bits into that. So if you watch, I can share the link with you sometime later. That is, and if you watch, we went live for 9 universities. And Coventry was part of it. Priya was my colleague, by the way, Fred. And Coventry was part of it. And what we did was, you can actually, we used Google Earth to actually take the audience from one university to another. And also, after ECG is done, our college is done, we shifted the studio to Coventry seamlessly. And the whole prediction was done from Chennai. And from Coventry, it was shifted to Germany. And from there to Fresno. And I still remember it was 3 o'clock in the morning, and Fresno students were up and were doing something. It was live reporting in real time and 3-hour show.
And it was 3 o'clock in the morning.
Seamless integration. Yeah, seamless with no heavy investment. And you can just look it up, pop-up newsroom. And that is Be Live TV. Okay, which can be produced, with a laptop, and you can have go with it, you can have break. And the most important thing about it is the real-time interactive feature. That is, if somebody is watching in Mexico City, and and if that person, she has a question, the audience, real-time interaction with the audience. If that person has a question, they can actually type the question on the Facebook comment and type the question, and we get to see that. The producer gets to see that, and producer can pin that question onto the screen and ask the reporter or the guests.
Excellent.
Okay, and this is amazing, that technology. I don't know why this is not being used I think only we've been using this. Let's just try that out. Be live. Coventry has been part of it. Fresno has been part of it. Hong Kong, I don't know whether Hong Kong has been part of it. And that is one level up. Okay, this is a free technology. You don't need a satellite, OB-WAN. You don't need any satellite connectivity, and it's in real time. That reporting that changes everything. The real-time nature and the real-time interaction with the audience, the engagement with the audience. And that's what I find very interesting. And the other technology for editing, that's KineMaster is amazing.
Say that
for
again.
Android and KineMaster. KineMaster. It's a German thing. KINE. I'll put in the chat.
Okay. All
KineMaster.
Right. Excellent.
And that's what I used to teach chroma keys. You can easily just in a few seconds you can change the chroma key with KineMaster. Then for LumaFusion, that's what we use in ACJ, for editing. So that because it's very difficult to get Mac for students, and we have got only very few Macs. But we encourage people to just go out and be on the phone, just because this like we are using, and I'm not using a laptop here. I'm participating in this on my iPad. No, I don't use a laptop anymore. So this is more comfortable for me. It's actually when you're traveling also you can actually use this. So like I said, except drone, you can do pretty much everything with the Zoom and the combination of Zoom plus Google Classroom or EC Class.
Yeah, it's amazing. So what we've been talking about, as for those of you who are joining us, by the way, we are streaming live on YouTube, and also it's been connected to Facebook. We did have, just so our panelists all know, we did have a bad a bad YouTube link up there originally. So if you are trying to watch this, or have your colleagues or students watch this, you may want to take a moment to send out the correct link, which I think I have put in the chat there for you, so you can send that out. Also, we've been talking about disruption in the industry. We've talked about technology. We've talked about the types of stories that our students have done. We also need to talk a little bit about the evolution of the journalist. So we are people now sitting in our bedrooms and in our living rooms, or some of my students are doing their stories from inside their cars because they have too many children in their families and don't have any private space to work in. But what about the evolution of the journalist? Were people now showing our emotions? Is that good or is that bad? Kelly.
Well, I think that's good. I think there's something authentic about it. And a lot of again, I've had former students who do this as anchors. They've set up a whole studio at home, but then they'll show you the studio. A really robust part of actual professional reporting, and GNR has kind of embraced this for a few years. We've done it for years in our class, but social media. So you get that look behind the scenes at sort of the home studio. But the other thing is some difficulty doing live shots. We still do live coverage via social media. So my students now use Facebook to do Facebook Live, or Instagram videos, or they'll share videos on Twitter. And that's a very important part of it. Is you'll do live coverage, you'll put us at the scene on social media. Maybe later it's appropriate then to take that video from your social media or your phone and incorporate it in your story. But if it's not, that's your live presence. And that's another really important change. And a number, again, of my former students who are now employees in newsrooms have said that using phones and social media has become a much more robust part of their reporting.
Absolutely. And Jenny, I see you have your hand up.
Yeah, I think the part that's really missing is I personally believe that a huge part of education is for these young people to learn how to work with people in the real world. Yes, obviously many of them are technically very capable, but is working in a real people environment when they leave university, that's what we need to offer them.
Absolutely. And I know that there are a few people who we have not been able to hear from much. Bruce, it looks like you have something to say.
And yeah, I think one of the interesting things after GNR was talking to the students about how they came up with how they improvised to shoot their stories. They're using Amazon boxes to make a tripod, or getting their mom to help them with lighting, and then the mom was saying, quiet on the set, those kind of things. And that's a big part once they get into the professional environment of having to improvise and make do with what they have, And I think that's one of the valuable lessons from this GNR, from this whole COVID situation, is they got to figure out ways that they maybe not have thought of before to do it. And then also that, like you talked about, Jenny, is more accepted now than it used to be. It used to be real journalists or commercial or network journalists would scoff at doing a phone interview or something like that. Well, now it's more accepted to do because of the restraints we've had on this. And I think that was fascinating, talking to my students about how they made things work without a lot of equipment for it. So.
Okay, yeah, I agree with Andrew.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I agree with that. And I think it's been a bit of a leveler for them, because the issue we've had for years is that, you know, we started off in journalism, most of us who were lecturing it, in a completely different world where there's no virtual interaction at all. And so getting hold of people in person, knocking on doors was all part of our lives. They're really uncomfortable with that in the main, the younger students, mine anyway, I've found for years. And so this has been a kind of halfway house of asking people and experts who suddenly have actual time to speak to my students. They can do video calls with them, and it seems to be a leveler. I just think that you asked at the beginning about emotion. I don't know if you asked about journalists showing emotion, and that's the only thing I'm worried about. There's a little bit of a danger of journalists becoming the story a little bit. You know, there's a kind of look at meism that seems to be reasonably prevalent because there's all this airtime to fill and no pictures. So that's the bit that concerns me.
Yeah, and of course there's that difference then between journalism and opinion, which I think, at least in the United States, we have a difficult time telling the difference between the two. And that brings us to media literacy too, and verification. When we have, especially our students who don't have as much experience deciding what the news source is that they're using and whether it's real news or that other word, fake news, how do we make sure that our students are learning how to properly verify the information that they're getting? Who wants to take? Jenny.
So I teach an investigative journalism class, and I actually spend 2 of those classes just on fact checking and verification, and it's all kinds of tools. But the really frustrating part is as soon as somebody comes up with a verification tool, then the people making the fakes will come up with something to override it. So I think this is a constant battle for journalists.
Yes.
Which I think is very frustrating. I mean, I'm sure that all of you remember a time when the work of the journalist was to go to find the stories rather than deciphering the truth from the fakes. Right?
And now they are deciding what the stories are. They're deciphering truth from fake, and they're also trying to be on first with their Facebook Lives or their social media. Dan, what did you have to say about that?
Yeah, it's just interesting, this idea of fakes and deep fakes and believing what you see. There's a documentary airing currently on ESPN here on Michael Jordan and his Chicago Bulls final team. And there's an ad that plays during one of the commercial breaks where it's 2 SportsCenter anchors. It's a real SportsCenter shot from the 1990s, so you feel like it's a part of the documentary. And then they've deep faked the anchor to where now he's talking about, you know, and in 30 years they're going to make a documentary about this Chicago Bulls team, and you're going to watch it and you're going to do this and da-da-da-da. And it's actually an advertisement, which really felt dirty when I watched it, because I'm watching the documentary, I'm thinking, oh great, an old SportsCenter clip, and then all of a sudden it's an advertisement where they've manipulated the anchors' mouths and voices to feel like it's part of the show. And to me, that's incredibly frightening when you see that from a network, right, like ESPN, allowing that to happen during a show, to where they're creating this seamless transition between an advertisement and the show, and there's no disclaimer, you know, no commercial break or any black screen. It just goes right to it. You feel like you're watching the documentary, and that's really dangerous for you know, students, I think, and for people that are non-media literate, to see that they're not able to really differentiate, you know, what they're seeing. And the fact that a network would do that is kind of, that makes me a little nervous.
Dan, how do you feel about Michael Jordan having censorship rights on that program?
That's a whole nother discussion, right? Is that they're creating this content, and Michael Jordan, his production company is heavily involved, and it makes you wonder what story we're getting, and we've seen some blowback from that, just based off the last few episodes, where some of the people that he's called out have come back and said, well, that's not exactly the whole story. So that's a different time altogether. But that's another really good discussion to have.
I want to hold up for just a second here, because we are actually getting quite a few questions from people who are viewing us on YouTube right now. One is coming from Garima at Asian College of Journalism, who asks, do you think there will be enough job opportunities in the journalism fraternity or industry right after the pandemic ends? Who wants to take that one? We're all shaking our heads like we don't want to touch that one, but I think it's important that we address it. Deb, if you were trying to talk, we need to unmute.
In some ways, I feel like there are more opportunities because there are more platforms. And so there may not be the sort of opportunities to be the reporter at the the bricks and mortar TV station that there used to be. But I think our students are discovering all kinds of other ways to get their voices out there. Now, whether they can make money using those other ways of getting their voices out there is another question. But I think a lot of my students are feeling very positive about their ability to market themselves as an information producing product.
Sally, what are your thoughts?
I was just thinking that, some of us, I think we're quite hopeful as well in a way, because some of our students have already started little startups since we've been locking down, especially the third years are about to finish, and they're a bit kind of, well, the placements have disappeared, but what they're doing now is setting up their own places to produce work. Again, whether they can make a living out of it is another matter. But I also think that they are storytellers, what we produce, and so there are lots and lots of jobs out there for people who can make this kind of content. Especially as we're going online, I think we'll need more content because we'll be doing more stuff online, and our students are kind of quite nicely placed to be able to produce that. Their skills in editing and storytelling and producing nice content, I think, might be at a premium.
Yes, I think you're absolutely right, and in several different industries. Fred.
Thank you. I think what I would like to add to what has already been said is the fact that when with this kind of question, we tend to also bring in industry players and those who come to speak to our students at Coventry University. What they've tended to say is that they want people who have new skills. We tend to bring older editors, and they say, if you can do something differently from the way we do it, or from the way we know it, if you can bring new skills, then there are always jobs. So that's what one of the senior editors we keep bringing in has said. If I can just go back to that issue of the current environment, what I've heard from my students is that they had a lot of difficulty getting hold of people to interview virtually. And they were frustrated because they were still working on their portfolio, and they were mainly not being, sources were not cooperative very much. In preparation for this meeting, I spoke to one of the officials of the Kenya Correspondent Association, and what he was telling me is that, well, there are no opportunities to speak to sources at meetings, at conferences, at events, which gives them the opportunity to speak to sources. So basically, sources who do not want to speak to you are very difficult to get hold of. And he uses the term that the fact that the sources are actually hiding. My final point is, on some of the things that have already been said, is that I think the kind of experience our students have had now, particularly the kind of uncertainty that was going on around the time of where they don't know what's happening, we update them and things change the same day. That's a kind of environment that prepares them very effectively for the industry environment.
Yes, and I think I've heard the same thing from our students as well, that they feel much more prepared. Kelly, I will go to you in just a moment. Okay.
Yeah, I'd like to actually pick up from where Fred left off. In ACG, what we have done from what we are trying to do from this year is, we have just scrapped the streams. We don't have broadcast. We used to have broadcast journalism, print journalism, and radio journalism. From this semester, this term onwards, is just integrated journalism. So what we're just essentially doing is, we are just trying to actually cope with the industry, the challenges we are going to face in the industry. Like Fred has been telling, the industry is looking for new skill set. So, for example, suddenly the COVID and this whole pandemic thing is suddenly made people aware of the importance of data journalism. Data journalism used to be a specialist area. Now everybody has to understand data. Okay, what is doing, and health journalism, health reporting. Suddenly, this has become a very just to look at how health reporters are doing. So suddenly, what we are doing, what we have decided in ACJ is we just integrated the whole program so that our students, after the 10 months training. Oh, by the way, ours is not an MA program; it's a very, very hectically packed 10 months program. It's a postgraduate diploma program. So once they are out of their industry ready, in the sense that they can go. Those who want to go to broadcast, they will have the skill set. Those who want to do data skills, they will have the skill set. And those who want to do interactive multimedia, they will have the skill set. And podcasting is also a huge part of it. So that's what we integrated the whole program into one stream, which is integrated journalism. And I've been just talking about this for a long, long time, and I don't understand, because the way we all evolved, I came from print. Back in the 80s, we were in print, then we just evolved to another, because I was just crazy enough to get into mobile journalism way back in 1998, when we were actually breaking stories by text messages, SMS. And who thought, just somebody would be able to send an email on a phone? Nobody. People would have laughed at you. I'm talking about 1998. We were breaking stories in the form of SMS. Then suddenly, there was a quantum leap in technology so far as we were concerned. That was MMS. We were super thrilled with MMS. Now, you can actually add an image to your stories. So that's where we started. So this is the evolution, this evolving. So I'm not saying, I completely agree with this, and there are going to be more job opportunities actually. Because industry is looking for people, like somebody texted that, okay, so I'm saying I'm getting paid $100,000, 100,000 pounds. So what if the industry, somebody can hire 10 people with that kind of money? 5 people with that kind of money and bring in more skill set. And industry, if I'm a publisher, I would definitely go for that. So actually, I see an opportunity in this challenge.
Okay, so many things. We could continue for probably another 4 hours, but I'm going to go to Kelly he has another point to make, and then we'll talk with Marion.
I'll be brief. First, Dev, you're having me flash back to my BlackBerry, so thank you for that. But we have a bit of a different model, so we didn't do integrated journalism. We still have sort of specialties, but in our journalism, we still have students who primarily emphasize print or multimedia photography, but we merge that together. And so our students in journalism, our students in broadcast are all heavily steeped in digital, because digital has cut across our curriculum. So our public relations students take advanced social media and analytics course. And what we find is we get students who graduate and work in local newspapers. I just had a few get hired in local newspapers. We have a number of students working in traditional television newsrooms, but we also have students with these digital media skills, multimedia storytelling skills, savvy with photography, working with cell phones on video, social media analytics, not just best practices, but analytics reports. We have students working at Google, Facebook, for Gannett's Corporation, so that they're doing work that serves a number of newspapers. So we very often find students take these skills and take multimedia storytelling skills and wind up in unusual situations. I have one student who was a former public relations major, works for a luxury hotel in Dallas. They came to a meeting one day and said, gosh, it'd be great if we could produce videos for our conference attendees coming in and welcoming them. I wish we could do that. And one of my students said, we can do that with our phones. She sort of became a television star in that hotel during conferences since then, because of the skills she learned in our program.
Fantastic. Marion.
Yeah, I was going to add to that. I don't know if all of you are journalism programs. Mine is not a journalism program. Mine is a media production program. So some of my students become journalists, but many others are into all other aspects of media production. And they have long lived in a world of short contracts, partial contracts. They're working on Big Brother Canada for 6 weeks, and then they're working on another show for 2 months, that kind of thing. But what you were just saying, Kelly, is a really positive thing that's happening to my students. the corporate world loves their skills. So I'm in charge of the fourth year, or Americans call them seniors, or we call them fourth years, and they do an internship. And one of my students, I'm reading her essay, and she's working for a garage door company. And I said, like, what? Because they wanted to do branding, they wanted a social media presence, they wanted marketing, they wanted videos. So many of my students are getting jobs with their skills that they have, doing like so much social media and corporate videos, and their ability to shoot and edit and write these kind of videos is, and those are things they can make money at. It's precarious labor because it's temporary sometimes, but they're getting lots of work.
Yes, I agree. And the point that you're making about corporate jobs as a result of broadcast journalism or multimedia jobs is important, because it's where a lot of our students are going. Bruce. Oops.
Just to add a little bit to what Marion and Kelly were saying, I think the stereotype of the old journalist is diminishing and going away. And I think the ability to write and communicate are still the foundation that'll help you get a job. I've got some friends who manage some McDonald's restaurants, and was talking with them recently, and they said, they said, what do you teach at Baylor? I said, well, one of the things is writing, and they rolled their eyes. I said, why do you say that? And they said, well, if I get applications for employment, and if I get an application that has two sentences that are grammatically correct and linked together for one complete thought, I immediately put that application in a management trainee position. The art of writing is becoming a lost art, and communicating. And if you talk to news directors at TV stations, and Kelly, you may agree, hopefully would agree with this, they'll say the fastest ways to get a job and then move up are as a producer or someone who can write, and then also as somebody who can do something digitally. And that includes the videos that you're talking about and this help. You know, two of our students who graduated last year got jobs as producers in Waco, and they both just recently, after 1 year, made market jumps with new jobs, more than 75 market sizes. Because they can produce and write. And so the jobs are there. You have to have those basic skills, but then if you can tweak it with some digital and video production and things like that, there's nothing wrong with a corporate job. I mean, some of them are freelance, but some of them, if you prove your worth, you'll get to stay full time.
So many opportunities if you can write and produce well. That's absolutely correct. I wanted to take a few more questions from people who are watching us right now. We have a question, and Jenny, this question is for you. It is from Uni Aditan, who asks, which are the tools that are used to verify the news? We're going to take a step back to where we were a little bit earlier in this panel, and I think you have mentioned verification. What are some of the tools that you
I noticed that I think Daph mentioned quite a few that we use. These are video verification tools. InVid is a good one to check out any difference in compression in videos.
Can you say that one again?
InVid.
Oh, InVid.
Yeah.
And the ID.
Yeah. The photo forensic is another one. Obviously, simple reverse image searches on I tend to ask students to use different search engines, so we use obviously Google, we use Baidu, which is a Chinese search engine, and Yandex, which is the Russian search engine. So there is no single tool as such. I like teaching that because it's kind of like a puzzle. You kind of have to think, if this tool doesn't work, then maybe it's fake in a different way. There is no magical tool that will solve anything. And by the way, the main problem with tools is that they get outdated really quickly. Tools that worked 6 months ago no longer work now.
And I think this is where news literacy comes in also, which we've discovered very few of our students have those skills, news literacy skills, where they can go and find the source themselves without relying on a tool. They can actually figure it out themselves.
Yeah.
We have a question, I think, from somebody, also from, no, not from ACJ, I can't tell. But the question is, this is also from Lee. Nowadays, mobile is a powerful studio to share the news content. So is there any platform for mobile journalism to take part? And Fred, this question is for you. Is there any platform for mobile journalism to take part, share the news content at your college, Coventry University?
Yes, there is. There is quite a number of the methods that we currently, one of the techniques that we currently teach is mobile journalism. And there are to do it effectively, there are certain additional kit that you might need. And as part of the kit that the university provides, for instance, apart from the laptop and Adobe Creative Clouds, one of the things that in the area of journalism we normally give the students are accessories that make it easier, for instance, to capture audio while using mobile journalism, and also introduce to students a specific software that can be used for editing. And I think Dev already covered quite a number of these when he was speaking. So we actually, within Coventry University, in the Media Launch Shop studio, we've got a mobile broadcast kit that you can have a broadcast radio, particularly audio broadcast studio. You can pitch it anywhere and you use it using mobile devices. So that's a key aspect of what we currently offer.
Excellent. I think I want to make sure I didn't miss somebody here, but Dave just let us know that the latest edition of Verification Tools is out. Can you talk about that a little bit, Dave? You'll have to unmute.
I just checked the link. It's edited by you. You must be familiar with it. They've been verification tools. Great Silverman's been editing this for the last 3-4 years. And the latest edition of verification tools, that book is out. Last week it's free to download, and I just sent the link in the group.
And it's called Data Journalism.
They talk about a lot of
Data Journalism.
Yeah, the link you can.
Yeah, so I think that
they shared it. I will just. Can you make it popular?
I'm going to put it. I'll put it up on the YouTube channel too. But it's datajournalism.com /read/handbook/verification-3. So yeah, that's going to be a great. I don't know anything about it. What does it do?
Done. It's done for everyone.
Oh, yeah. Great.
So data. Yes. Yeah, verification has been actually, you can't say one tool, you can do pretty much everything with one tool. That doesn't work like that. You remember, there was a time when when I was working in the Middle East, one of my job was for a platform. One of my job was to bust, because those were the days when Osama bin Laden was just putting up a lot of videos, or rather audio tapes. And one of my job was to verify the sound, and in order to do that, I had to learn Arabic. And he sounds, and there was no technology, and we are talking about the mid-90s. And there was no technology, and I've been fooled several times by this, people who were faking Osama bin Laden's voice. And they were putting up, in the 90s, there were a lot of audio tapes and threatening to blow up everything. And now, look at it, it's got to be a combination of image.
Dave froze. Okay, I'm going to go over to Jenny, who also mentioned photo forensic. We lost Deb for a second.
Yeah, so photo forensic is basically, you could put in a JPEG or a PNG or just a URL, a video URL. So what it's looking for is primarily is photographs, because if a photo has been doctored, the compression rate of the images would be different. So suppose I put a flower on top of a field and the flower is imposed. The compression rate is different. So it's basically a tool that analyzes images that way. InVid is a little bit like, I don't know if you're familiar with Snopes, which is a site that aggregates.
Yeah, it verifies.
So InVid does that, and also it has a bunch of digital tools as well. Again, looking at the video frame by frame. Are there cuts? Are there images that comes into the video that looks like it's added? I find, they're both useful, but then again, there is no foolproof tool.
Right. I'm looking to see, I think that Kelly just mentioned, which I'm not familiar with also, Google's Forest Studio.
It's a tool to produce data interactive, so we teach that a lot. We'll have students do infographics. Data is now a required part of our multimedia journalism in addition to audio, photos, video, the traditional. And Flourish, you build your own Excel spreadsheet, upload it into this free online tool, and it magically creates interactive line graphs, pie graphs, maps. It's a very nice tool and it's free.
Good.
And I put a link in the chat.
And also, Deb has a Flourish Studio.
And one of the unique features of Flourish Studio simply uses the bar chart, the animation. You can animate the bar chart race, and there is a VR. Now they've just added a VR visualization, so which can be very handy in AR and VR. You can actually create visualizations, and with the headset, you can make them interactive.
And this is also
Flourish is super good and is owned by Google. I know this.
Okay, and also
it's free. Yes,
and
Flourish Studio.
Okay, and it's free. That's always great.
Guardian uses it a lot. It is free. It is free. It is free. And it's very good to create animated visualizations for social media, for Twitter, just charts and bars running around, and it's pretty cool. Yeah.
I think one of the other things that we need to talk about, in addition to just the whole idea of the opportunities that we have being able to teach our students how to create community journalism and get their message out there, we also get into the whole idea of censorship and inciting online. In other words, if we don't allow people to have certain speech, are we censoring them? If we do allow them to have that speech, are they inciting violence? Which is something that we have seen over the past couple of months and years with those people that do have access to be able to say anything, whether it's on 4chan or 8chan, or whether it is on a cable program where there are no restrictions or limitations. Does anybody want to take that one? I think, Dan, you and I had discussed that.
Yeah, that's an interesting one. As you know, we had some protests here in Hong Kong in between June last year and December primarily, and these are it has a lot of support from college age people, students. Many of them are students, and so it was very difficult for some of them to see the bias and their own opinions in doing these interviews, right? They would do interviews and they didn't really want to see the other side of the political spectrum. I find that that's a problem with many students where I am. I mean, do you find that? I think it's just the fact that their age group, when you're 19, you're just so engrossed in this social media that you just in that echo chamber, you just can't see beyond it.
That other term, which is the filter bubble. They're looking for the things they're interested in, and they're looking in the places that they're used to looking in, and they're not looking anywhere else. So one of the biggest problems I have with my students is getting them to find more than one source for something. And they will go, and the first person they talk to, done. And then I say to them, well, are there any other points of view? And what other perspectives can you find? So they're, again, mine are not journalism students, but they're not very good at digging. And they're not very good at doing those basics of journalism that we may all have been used to doing in our own professional practices, which is if one person that you phone up says to you, yes, the sky is falling, you don't go to air with it. So it's a continuing struggle with me to get them to, as you talked about, verification, faith, but also just digging and going deeper than the surface of Google and finding other places to go searching. And as someone else mentioned earlier, their terror of using the phone, their inability to pick up the phone and make a cold call.
Yeah.
I had a student say to me, well, what if someone answered? I'm going to phone at 10 o'clock at night when I know she's not there. So I had to talk them through how to make a phone call. So with all of their amazing technical skills, there are some things that are also being lost in their ability to communicate clearly and effectively and go out and find a variety of answers to the question.
And we laugh about that, Marion, but it is a problem. I think it was more of a problem when we were doing our traditional newscasts. Now that they're online, they feel more comfortable doing a Zoom interview with someone than they did doing an in-person interview. And Bruce, you had something to say.
I did. One of the things, and we came across this just last week when one of our students was interviewing an activist group and got the CEO of the activist group. And I tell my students is one of the things you have to go into every story and ask yourself, okay, what's their agenda? And a lot of times both sides have an agenda, and you have to recognize that that's a possibility and then figure out whether that's the case or not. Sometimes they aren't, but if you're talking to an attorney, he's got an agenda to help as a client. If you're talking to someone with a political group, they've got an agenda that they want to push, and you have to recognize those. And that's one of the questions we make them ask going into those interviews.
So, did anybody else want to touch on that subject? I have a big question to ask of everyone.
I just wanted to add a little bit about one of the issues that students particularly struggle with is consent, particularly for broadcast work. And one of the most difficult situations we find ourselves in, particularly in the area of activism, is the younger, new younger activists who express themselves, and some of them are just turning 18 or even under 18. I don't know what the experiences of others are, but it is important that students think through, particularly the informed consent that students that they get from their sources or subjects, particularly if it's on a sensitive matter. And our university has become relatively strict on that particular issue. For us as journalists, we find it a bit onerous, but it's one of the things that we students feel that is a burden and they probably shouldn't have to do, but we still get them to think about it.
The question that I wanted to ask was one of the, let's see if I can focus on this. One of the issues that we decided we were going to talk about when we all came together and said, hey, we want to talk about what we've experienced and what our students have experienced, but also, where do we think news and media are headed after things get back to semi-normal? We now see the network news and even local news broadcasting from their homes, not using the studio, doing different disruptive kinds of journalism that was not even thought possible before COVID-19 happened. So I wanted to kind of toss it out to everybody and see who would like to address that. Where do you see us going? And who wants to start? Okay, April.
I'll go. Yeah. Ooh, I just sighed heavily. I think personally, just from trying to educate myself in order to educate the students, and as a practitioner, that I think it will be a combination. If you look at shows like even American Idol over there in America, They're sending packages to contestant or competitors' homes, and they're doing their own lighting, and it makes them feel more a part of the show. And they're already a little bit media savvy anyway. At the same token, I think that it'll be a combination. We can't replace the traditional studio, and like I mentioned when we all spoke the other day, those impromptu meetings, that human touch, that human connection. The best ideas are born out of us feeding off of each other, and not in this way. It's slightly uncomfortable. Maybe for the students in the younger generation, they're more comfortable, but they're not fully running the show yet. So I think it will be a combination of using the beautiful lights and the studios and everything that we had, and taking the opportunity if somebody can't come to studio, or cost savings, saving money on budgets. But you can't replace a beautiful shiny studio with Simon Cowell, for example.
I know that Dev would argue with you on that one, but I'm going to go to Sally first and ask her to talk about court reporting and how that has changed, and it has significantly in the U.S.
Yes, I just wanted to think about going forward how our public institutions are going to be covered, because council meetings, court cases are all taking place sort of behind closed doors now. Now some of them are digitally available, and that's meant there's been a massive move to go to film court cases, which has been very controversial in the UK, and we haven't done very much of it. Now suddenly things are online and digital courts are available. That means in some ways that journalists have more access to these proceedings potentially, and considering our research shows that there was very little court reporting beforehand, and now this might mean that we'll have more court reporting if you can join proceedings digitally. But it also might mean that we have less access, because if we can't be, that's not available, then justice is being done behind closed doors. And it's a very live subject in the UK at the moment about this idea of open justice, and how I think that we are going to see a lot more digital courts even after the pandemic, but we need to kind of really monitor how that affects journalists' access to things like courts and council meetings and local government meetings, those kind of things. So that's what I say. I think that needs we need to keep a close eye on that when we come out of the pandemic and the lockdown.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think that our government officials and courts have become very comfortable with physical distancing now, and the fact that they are not being seen or questioned. Kelly, what are your thoughts about that? Oh, and there we go. You got Zoom bombed by a child.
Very quick thought. Now I need to look for my dog to have her come into the shot. Quick thought on courts. We made history this week because of the pandemic. The Supreme Court, for the first time ever, allowed an audio transmission of question and answer. And in fact, Clarence Thomas, Associate Justice, has been known for years for never asking a question at these. And yet, because of the way the Chief Justice organized it, he actually asked several questions for the first time in years. A couple of very tumultuous changes in our courts. I think a lot of reporters are going to continue to have the flexibility now to report from home. I'll give you an example. Many years ago, photojournalists at newspapers used to have to go to work, get their assignments, pick up equipment, go out. That stopped many years ago. They would just get assignments the evening before, go directly to assignments and shoot. That happens now with the videographers. I think increasingly we'll see that with reporters, that they'll have assignments, they'll go report, they'll edit, they'll submit. They may not go to the studio for days at a time. I think it'll be an interesting change.
And I think, let me see, Kelly, that was Kelly. Deb, I know, where did he go? Because he has talked a lot about the fact that the newsroom is not necessary any longer. And it looks like I'm looking at my participant list. Oh, he's here, he's just off for a moment. But that is true. It shows us that it's not necessary really to be in a newsroom. However, there was a news anchor last week who said to me, when I asked about some of the stations having their anchors anchoring from home, and their reporters only in their homes but not in the studio. And the news anchor who was anchoring from the studio said, I think it looks terrible, very unprofessional. Are we being asked to lower our standards, or is this a necessary part of getting the word out? And Bruce, you have your hand up.
I think I'm hoping that it's not going to be the norm, because I think that environment in the newsroom is so valuable for students starting out their career. I used to not recommend students, if they were offered a bureau job for a newsroom, to not accept that, because oftentimes you're out on an island and you don't get to bounce things off as your news director is often, or other people. And I think that the camaraderie in a newsroom, the learning opportunities is so much greater. So, I know cost is a factor in everything, that they'll look at that, but I hope the newsroom environment doesn't go away, because that's a huge part of the learning for young reporters and young producers and people getting into the business.
Absolutely. Marion, what are your thoughts?
One of the things I don't like about the studio and news is the glamorization of it. And when on CNN, Brooke Baldwin was home with COVID, well, my goodness, there she is without her makeup at home, looking like a real human being. And what I get really tired of in certainly Canadian and American TV newsrooms is the all gussied up, full of makeup, all the female anchors looking like they're dressed to go out to party. And what I liked about people being at home is they looked like real human beings and not like they were trying to be movie stars. So, I've and on all the late night talk shows and everything, I've been so happy to see real human beings and not them looking like they're spackled with 10 feet of makeup. So it's one of the things I don't miss about the studios going away at all.
I have to agree with you. Maybe the pendulum is going to swing the other way. I'm not sure, but April, you noticed something different in the Netherlands.
Yeah, no, just to make a point that we're an international panel, so it's really interesting the approach to news, and especially what I observe has happened in America in the past 4 years from afar, is that there's a completely different approach to how news is delivered. Here, I don't see it at all or experience it as a form of entertainment and the gussied up anchors and the showgirls or whatever. It's just very pragmatic. This is the news, we're delivering it there. Wearing jeans with a blazer, they're telling you what happened. The cameras are robotics generally, and we don't have that big in-your-face, networks competing and screaming and four people talking over each other. It's just trashy, in my opinion. It just seems to be very civilized in delivering the news. So probably for this conversation, I don't know how it is in Hong Kong, or in Chennai, but or the UK even. I think it's a little more like here in the Netherlands. I don't miss that aspect of newsertainment, if there's a term that exists. I don't know.
Infotainment.
Definitely the monetizing of it, and getting people to tune in, and I think sex sells, and that's where they seem to be coming from. Marion, did you? Oh, sorry. I didn't see that.
Can I just?
Yes.
Yeah, just a quick thing. When we are talking about news, just I have a problem with a lot of you getting fixated with flat screen television. Okay, when we're talking about visual stories, we are talking about stories produced for the mobile phones and for the webs as well, for the apps. So when you're talking about in the flat screen, okay, and there is a difference between the user experience with that. When a flat screen, it's a lean back experience, which is passive. Whereas with the phone in your hand, it is a lean forward experience, which is very active. So when you create content for your phone, you'll have to be a little more informal, you'll have to be a little more chatty. It's a one-on-one conversation. It's not you're talking to 10 people, mass communication. This is one person talking to another person, because you are consuming content on the phone, you're in the loo, you're in the bed, you're at the Starbucks, you're waiting for a bus, you're watching. So you have to communicate like one person talking to another person. So there's a problem when you're talking about, you'll have to define what exactly visual storytelling. Is it for the flat screen, or is it for a phone, smartphone? So for me, mobile journalism is creating content for the mobile consumption, as well as now BBC is doing quite well with for their creating for broadcast as well. So that's where this comes in. People people are too good to be believable on the studio. So, for example, see what Vice News is doing. If you can take you back a couple of years ago when how they covered that Charlottesville, that thing in Charlottesville, I forgot.
On Vice
So
News.
a little, Vice News, and Vice News is not broadcast television, but it's visual platform. So what are we talking about here? What audience are we talking about here? So we need to actually define that before we talk about all this thing. That's my point. Hello, babe.
Jenny, I think that April had asked what type of April, you were basically talking about how the United States seems to stand out with the type of news that is projected on television. And she mentioned she didn't know how Hong Kong or other countries experience this with their news anchors or their hosts. What do you see in Hong Kong?
There is a level of glamorization. We do see people who are news anchor later becoming what they call key opinion leaders here, meaning the YouTube stars. They basically start off in television to make their names, and then they move on to do other things. There is that. But I personally don't think that's sustainable, not just in Hong Kong, but anywhere in the world, because these television stations are just not getting the commercials that they used to. And well, I mean, I think that's a problem for news outlets in general. Is that, one newspaper here in Hong Kong, the South China Morning Post, they've had an amazing number of views over the past few months, in fact, over the past year, but they can't change it, they can't monetize that. And that's a problem. It's high quality journalism, but people are just not willing to pay for it. And to the point about the anchors, it's the same thing. Are people actually going to pay these TV stations for the advertising to watch that? I don't think so. I mean, I don't know. Do you think they will? Do you think it's sustainable?
It hasn't worked yet. The ratings continue to go down, except for in the middle of COVID-19, we are seeing much more consumption of traditional broadcast news. Marion, you have one more point to make, and we have about 15 minutes left. What I would like to do after Marion speaks is to go around for final thoughts about what we have experienced, what you are thinking will be happening next, whatever. I'm just going to open it up to everyone. So Jenny,
did you want me to make my point and then
and then if you want to wrap it up with
my point, I'll make my final point and then I'll shut up. My one point was Canada's news is somewhere between what April's talking about in the Netherlands and the United States. I just want to say 4 of our national anchors are A, female, and B, over 50. So it's one of the things I like about turning on the TV news in Canada is that there are, it's not all people who look like Barbie. And my final point I was going to make before we do the roundtable, going back to Global News Relay and my own project, Global Campus Studio. One of the things we are doing right now is something I want more of from our students when we do our projects. My project is all about international online collaboration. And often, with Global News Relay, our students work by themselves. And the only ones in Global News Relay, Jenny's 2 students are the only ones that got to meet the other students. In my Global Campus Studio, the shows are done collaboratively, but again, the only students who get to meet other students are the ones who are the hosts and sometimes the writers. So I would like to put out the challenge that when I do my next international collaborative shows, I want our students to be talking to each other more, collaborating with each other more, learning from each other more. It's hard because our semesters are different, our time zones are different, our curricular needs and requirements are different. But I really feel like there's a lot to be gained by having people from everywhere discussing their similarities and differences, and I want that for our students going forward.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Marion. Fred, you had a comment about glamorization and then your final thoughts as well.
Yeah, I think sometimes when students join a journalism course, the problem is sometimes they view journalism as the glamorized TV presenter. And that is all they think they want to do, and that's all they want to be taught, and they want to spend time doing that. And journalism is not about that alone. Other things, for instance, writing and some of the things we've already talked about needs to be taken into account. My final point is more to revisit the issue of fact-checking and verification, and linking it back to the skills that are required of modern or current journalists. I think this is one thing that we all need to include in most of our curricula. In Coventry University, we tend to get external, organizations to come and co-deliver some of these sessions. Specifically, we've been getting in, people from Google News Initiative, as well as Center for Investigative Journalism. So that's one area, because there's a lot of so-called fake news flying around. And it doesn't need to be too technical. Sometimes it's very basic checks of logos, certain things within a piece of text for you to identify maybe it is not legit. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Fred. Fred from Coventry University. Kelly from Texas State.
I think we'll see an increase in mobile. We'll see an increase in portable tools. So Adobe Creative Cloud, tools like we see from Google. And Google has a robust suite of tools to support reporting. I think all of those things are going to make it less and less necessary for people to be in a newsroom. I think they're going to expand opportunities to work remotely, mobilely. And so I think we're going to see growth in that. I understand the expense, the look, the interaction of being in a studio, being in a newsroom. And of course, I've spent many years in that situation. But that's what I think the future bears, is we're going to see a big increase in mobile and social media reporting. And I also think we're going to see on the edge of pro-am, amateur, professional, bloggers, people create their own brands on social media, and they're going to be around the edges of news reporting, even as what we think of as legacy media maybe contracts a little bit.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. And then April from Breda in the Netherlands.
My final thought would be, now that we've had this panel, I just had this idea that occurred to me that it would be so interesting to have some kind of platform for international faculty that come together on something like, if you all are familiar with the new app that just launched called Quibi, where there's a couple $2 billion worth of funds pumped in by some former Disney execs to create short form content, entertainment, not news, for millennials. But it would be so fun to have some kind of platform for international teachers to give short knowledge clips, where if you're a media student somewhere around the world, I want to know, there's Kelly, he's got a 10-minute quick bite of some expertise on mobile producing, or we want to talk about court reporting, we can go to this quick bite. And it would in the end be this sort of database that we're all kind of constantly updating, and it could be an app. I don't know how we would monetize that, but anyway, that was just kind of my final thought. And in terms of the collaborating on news programs like Global News Relay and Marion's project and all the other ones popping up, I agree wholeheartedly about collaboration and some ideas we can discuss maybe offline, but it can be just, maybe it's students pitching to other lecturers and having everybody attend that. Now that we know that this works, why couldn't I've had Marion pop into my classes a number of times and many other things, but I would love to have any number of you come in live, and then the students could also meet in this way, despite time zones, because we're all used to it now. And then we have a truly international newsroom.
I really love that offer. I think that we should all make ourselves available to one another to be able to do just that, to have guest speakers in, or also to help find guest speakers from our various cities. Andrew, final thoughts.
Yeah, mine really tallies with what April just said. I'm a big believer in that. I think what we've done as a profession has been rather caught cold by the quick advance of the media. So you're overfaced with the stuff that comes onto social media. And in our profession, we see straight through it and go, well, that's obviously ridiculous. But Joe Public can't in the main, and that's what we've seen with Cambridge Analytica, that's what we've seen with international interference in domestic elections, and so on. So I'm all for anything that allows this kind of collaboration. I definitely take part in it because the journalism has now become international. The falsehoods have become international, and I think we have to be international in response to that. So who's better placed than a mixture of actual journalists and academics to counter that? So yeah, I'm up for that. I think it's a great idea, and I think maybe if this is a starting place for it, that's an excellent legacy.
Excellent. And Sally.
Yeah, I echo that. I'd be very interested in more of these kind of international collaborations. Just from my point of view, I think reflecting on COVID-19, it's been extraordinary how innovative and creative and problem-solving it has been, that students have done lots of things that I never thought they would, and so have staff. I've learned a lot. And I suppose the one thing I think about going forward from a teaching point of view, that I think we really need to think about how to kind of level the playing field for those students who have not got the resources that we assume they have. And I think, we've talked about that earlier, but I think that we need to keep that in mind when we go back to a sort of normal. It'll be easy for that sort of poverty to be covered up again, and I think we should keep that in mind. Anyway, thank you for inviting me.
Oh, Sally, thank you so much. And when I was having technical difficulties in the very beginning, I did not get to run your video. So I do want to do that right now. And you can tell us a little bit about it. It's very short. So hold on one second and let me get that up on the screen. And I hope, whoops, I remembered that I have to, because is the sound important, or should I run it without the sound?
No, it's just music, because this was a piece made by, all our students had to do a kind of 1-minute social video on life in lockdown.
Okay.
And this was one done by one of our third years.
Here it goes.
Using KineMaster. I don't know if you can hear me, but it's a funny piece that we made. But as I say, the BBC showed it because they knew what students were doing in their lives.
Well done. Yeah,
It's not the most serious journalism, but it was a kind of sweet little piece of how people are managing.
Right. Well, and since we're on the topic, and I also did not get to show Kelly's from Texas State when we talk about, and this is also because it's media production and it shows a lot of different angles and a lot of different shots. So I'm going to run yours as well, Kelly, if you don't mind, and if you want to talk about that too.
This is an assignment that my students have to do to avoid jump cuts. So the assignment is to get from here to there in as creative or silly a way as possible. I always do an example video. This is one of my sample videos.
All right, jump cuts, the dreaded jump cuts. Here we go. Awesome. So tell us about that.
So my students always do this. I do examples because it's just easier for them to sort of grasp if they can see it rather than me talking about it. And I have a number of examples, mine and students. It's an exercise that happens very early in the semester. It's entirely shot, edited, and published from the phone. And then when they go out and do more traditional stories, rule of thirds framing with interviews, B-roll of stories they're covering, this sort of sets the stage for how to go about shooting that in such a way as to avoid jump cuts. Ironically, this semester it was really valuable that we did that assignment early because the students ended up finishing the semester working with their phones. By the way, one other future thing that I didn't mention that I should is I think emerging media, drones, 360 cameras, we have those. We have small ones that are FAA exempt that we operate with phone apps, wearables. I think all of those things are going to robustly emerge in the next few years also.
Okay, great. We want to hear more about that too, if you can put that information up. And Dan.
I'll keep mine short and sweet. The idea or the big thing that I've taken away from this is really truly how creative our students are. That if you give them the opportunity and give them the chance to have a little bit of freedom, and I am a control freak, right? I'm from television, so I'm used to time and you will meet this time and all that, right? But letting them go was hard for me. But seeing what they've done has really quite impressed me with their creativity and their ability to think on the fly. All those things that we've run into, the making of the phone call and all that. I found that some of them, this has forced them to do that because they're on their own a little bit in that moment. So, I think that it's shown how creative they are. And one of the projects that we did in visual storytelling was that they had to do a video diary, show us what's happening with your life. And it was really fascinating to hear what's going on in their life, these little stories that, normally we're not going to know about in an environment, in a classroom, because a lot of them don't tell us this stuff. But it allowed them to really show that. So that was a lot of fun and very interesting too. So that's my takeaway from this whole thing. And, thank you all, everybody, for letting us be a part of it at Texas State. And hopefully next year we'll have some more stories for you as opposed to this year.
That's all right. Your students are awesome, and the stories they've done in the past have been fantastic. Bruce. Oops, let me unmute you.
There we go. I told students, I'll make this real quick. This is, for many of them, this is the biggest story that they will ever cover, this COVID-19. And so it's given them a chance to think out of the box. It was an opportunity for them to be creative and write some new ways to do things, and because this is uncharted territory for just about everybody. And so I think it was an opportunity for them. And I agree with what Dan said. It's been interesting seeing their creativity. And I think that's going to be one of the biggest takeaways from this moving forward. And I appreciate the panel and a chance to participate in this. A lot of good stuff.
Thank you. I agree very much. Let me see. Deb.
Yeah, I keep thinking, just the takeaway from me, as far as I'm concerned, is I think it's time you and I, we together, we disrupted the classroom first. And we have to dismantle this. And by dismantling that, we get actually instill these ideas to the students we are teaching, and they go and they have to dismantle the newscast. One of the reasons I got into teaching is because I've been a journalist for 27 years, but I just went around the world trying to change the world at that stage. So I thought of getting into teaching so that you get to actually screw 60 students by and unleash these 60 students to the world, and they go and disrupt the news. So this time we dismantle the news, and by doing so, dismantling the classroom first, then by doing so, dismantling the news. Because this is an opportunity for us to change, to transform journalism, to take journalism to the next level. Something which is very different and exciting for the young people. And if we don't disrupt ourselves, if we don't do this, somebody else is going to do it for us. So we just don't want that to happen. And I would also like to, before we wrap up, I just would like to invite all of you up to school for our next pop-up newsroom. So the truly international, actually, it's a live reporting thing. So, well, I have the emails now. We'll invite all of you to this to along with your students.
That would be fantastic. We've been
Thank you so
part
much
of
for this
the
opportunity, Faith and Dan.
we've been part of the pop-up newsroom for many years now with Deb, and it's a great experience for our students. And I encourage you all to be involved in that as well. Jenny.
I think this kind of collaboration is invaluable not only just for faculty but also for our students because for the students this is the world that they will face. Is when they start their career, it's not just in Hong Kong, in whatever city, whatever town, it's the world they have to work with. But as far as journalism is concerned, I don't think just being online can ever replace that trust that you need as a journalist to get people to tell you the story. So I think that, yeah, online is valuable, but the face-to-face stuff is what will keep journalism alive.
I have to agree. Did I miss anybody? Did everybody get final thoughts in? I want to say thank you to all of you. As you can see, we all have a lot in common no matter where we are. This is 6 countries, 11 universities, and most of us have been together since 2014, I think, when I came into the Global News Relay. It was started at Salford University in 2013 and with Sarah Jones, right, Andrew? And it's been such a benefit, I think, to our students at Fresno State and to me. It's been a benefit for me as a professor because I have been able to meet all of you, and I feel as though, even though I've never met you in person, except for Marion, that you are all my friends that go way beyond colleagues, and I just appreciate all of the hard work and the dedication you have toward journalism, toward your students. And I realize not all of you are journalism professors, but we're all storytellers, and that's all part of it. I know someone said that a little bit earlier. So this is our common thread, why we got together, but also teaching and education, and that we all care for our students as well. The reason we are together is because of the Global News Relay. I do want to say thank you all so much. This has been a real pleasure. I think it's been enlightening. I hope that we continue to learn from our students and that our students continue to do the best news and get the best information out, because we need their help as much as possible. Journalism is so important. Thank you, everybody. Bye. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye. Thank you.
Everybody.
Bye, Sol. Bye.